It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like showing a knife. Never feel about I said all night. I got a right. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things we do. Stay all night. I got it right. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night. I got a right. Each time I stand all night. No, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross lights and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
I've never seen this kind of
NFL Week 16 is here in full effect already with 3 games in the books. 3 decently good games. 2 Thursday night, a fantastic game. Another good game last night with the Packers and the Bears, where the Bears win in overtime. And then the Philly Eagles clinched the NFC East by virtue of victory over the Washington Commanders. So the Eagles are in the house. The Bears are sitting with the number 2 seed and the Catbird seed a seat in the NFC North. And the Packers will be fighting to cling to their playoff lives after losing in Chicago last night, losing their quarterback for the moment, losing Brandon Jacobs or Josh Jacobs for the moment. Much to our dismay, a couple of props falling just short from a couple of injuries last night. That seems to be the case lately a little bit for everybody. And we are fully off and running on this NFL Week 16. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network. We are coming to you live Sunday morning, 7:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time from our lovely Chicks Beach studios in the beautiful Virginia Beach, Virginia, in the United States of America. This is your early morning live content here now in our 4th season for all the early birds to get your day started and get your mind thinking about the games today. Let's get the mind clear from everything that happened. There's a lot going on with the holidays now, correct? So it's easy to get distracted. We have college football playoffs we're dealing with. Let's see, there's bowl games. All right, there's a lot going on here with Christmas looming and just 4 or 5 days away, right? Thursday, we're on Sunday, so you do the math, 4 days, 5 days, whatever the case may be. And we are poised, hopefully, for a nice Sunday afternoon. And that's what we're all about this morning. We'll stay with you. We'll go through the entire slate a couple of times. We'll find the best angles on the board for wagering. And we will hope that we will get ourselves and hopefully yourselves get some nice Christmas pocket change as we head into the new year. All right, so that's the goal for today. 2 Sundays left in 2025, and then we'll have our final week right after the new year, and then we are off to the playoffs. So where do we stand now? And that's the beauty of this show, is that we do bring you this early content for all you early risers, people who are traveling on the interstate. You can just tune us on and let it roll. Start to give you some ideas. Maybe if you have a pen and paper handy, get it on standby so you can jot some things down, whether you're going to the Home Depot or traveling city to city or just sitting back, relaxing as an early bird waker, waking bacon on the patio, cooking breakfast, whatever for the kids, coffee, reading the paper, whatever the case may be. Crank up the audio, sit back and relax, do your thing, and tune us in all morning for some great content. And we'll get picks galore and really get your mind thinking in the right direction for everything today. All right, so typically the premise of the show is that we just want to bring you live content. As a early bird riser myself of many years, I hated, waiting for NFL game day or whatever. So we're filling a void in my mind, being a live program up this early, able to get everyone's minds thinking towards putting cash in their pockets for this afternoon. We will invest the minimum to try to make the maximum. So we'll put down our $10 or $20 to hopefully turn that into $1,000 or $2,000 or $5,000 or even a 5-digit payout we've had on the show. And we'll try to hit a home run, essentially. I'll throw a couple haymakers out there. And it's not stuff that can't happen. It's all stuff that makes sense. And basically, you just need to ask yourself at the end of the day, can this actually happen? And if the answer is yes, then we'll try to find a good price to get invested with, and we'll take a shot at it. So that's the premise of the show. Maybe look at some different angles, a different way of thinking. You got a lot of people who cannot stand parlays. Well, that's fine. Do some straight bets with some of the stuff that we like. But if you're going to hit a jackpot, people, you're not going to turn $20 in the 25,000 just by doing a couple of conservative picks. You're going to have to walk out onto a ledge a little bit. And I'm telling you, there's stuff that cashes all the time. That's 10-1, 12-1, 20-1. In the case of the Ant-Man and a Tanner Hudson touchdown, 60-1. All right. So you put a couple of things together like that, and you'd be amazed at what the payouts can bring you. So we'll look to, again, invest the minimum to make the maximum. We don't care if you think parlays are stupid. We think that is a good path to venture down, as you can, again, put down $20 to win 5,000. And then what does that mean? Well, that means if you're at plus 5,000 and you're betting $20 on a parlay, you now have, let's see, 250 times, right? You have 250 times that you can lose before you need to win again to fall into the negative. And we will win well within that 250 times. So let's see what we can't figure out all day. I'll get a scrolling banner with all the lines on here, and once we get Dave Del Grande popped up, we'll get that rolling. I'll get a few tickets on rotation on the screen as well. I don't have many live tickets going into today right now. I was hoping to have some things continued from Thursday and last night. But everything basically that I had tied today has been, for the most part, eaten alive. I was really looking for 2 touchdowns yesterday from Barkley and Jacobs. Jacobs, obviously, not in the game. He lasted a bit, and then they took him out. And then Barkley counterfeited a bit on the end after he had a nice long gain. They took him out for Bigsby to catch his breath, and Bigsby is the one that punches in the late touchdown for the Eagles. So we're really hoping to get Barkley for 2 yesterday and tie that into a couple of players that we really like today. So basically, we are starting off with a fresh slate of new picks for this week 16. So our first order of business is to update the lines and get a weather report. Let's see where we stand weather-wise. And we'll get Dave Del Grande, our man on the West Coast, on. We'll go through the AFC West, NFC West teams, and we'll get all the props on all the other games that he likes. So we'll do a full slate with him. We'll come back. We'll look at Survivor, if there are still Survivor pools happening. There's a couple, mainly just the big casino ones, and maybe a couple straggler pools might have some people left. There's some second chance, third chance Survivor pools out there as well, where there's probably some people alive. So we'll try to find a good Survivor pick for the afternoon for you, and then we'll go through the whole slate again. Nephew Dave was in Florida last week, so we'll have him back in today. We'll see what he likes. And then the Ants man, who I watched the Packer game with last night, we'll see how late he partied until I kind of pulled the plug right when that game ended around 11:30. Got my sleep for what I could. And we'll see how long he stayed up and if he's able to join us and see what he can contribute. As a Packer fan himself, I know we're going at it decently enough. So if we lose the Ant-Man this morning, that may be the case. But nonetheless, a full slate to go through with Nephew Dave and myself to round out the show. All right, let's look at the weather and the current lines as we speak right now, and let's see if we have opportunity for some points today. And I think we actually have a decent slate of weather for the most part, right? I mean, this is all good football weather. And I don't think points are going to necessarily be affected in any of these circumstances this afternoon. So that's good news number one. We want to have decent weather. That adds the points. And we've been seeing some points lately for sure getting scored. Definitely some good alternate overs last week. A lot of the ones that we liked as well came flying through. A lot of the team picks have been good for the most part. It's been the player props that have been kind of our doom with these injuries and stuff. But our totals and our team sides have been pretty good. So we're happy with that, and we'll see if we can continue that through the afternoon. Kansas City is now 2.5 and 49.5 in this game at Tennessee today. And let me make sure I got 2.5 everywhere, as the lines are slow to load this morning. Let's see. Fresh lines. Let's make sure we're all on the same page here, because I see a 2.5 and I see a 2.5. So money is coming in on Tennessee now officially in that game with the Chiefs. 49 degrees, low 50s perhaps. No chance of precipitation. Wind is not an issue in Nissan Stadium. And now it scares me now because I'll give you one pick right off the bat. I mean, I love Tennessee in this game. I really, really do. This is their Super Bowl to win. We'll talk about that in a minute with Bill Grandy. We'll see what he thinks. But this is their Super Bowl to me. And, this is a good skid on the wall for a team who's had to pay their dues all season. They've been trending up a little bit. So spoiler for a little bit for the show, and you'll hear a lot about this, but give me some Tennessee Titans. And I don't even care about the plus 2.5 or the 3. I think they win and win somewhat convincingly, to be honest. I think they can have a good day today against the Chiefs. So that's going to be upset number one on the board, especially now that I see the money moving towards Tennessee. No weather issues there at Nissan Stadium. We go down to South Beach at Hard Rock Stadium, 80 degrees with the Bengals and the Dolphins. I see the Bengals now -4 and 48 for a total. I also see 4.5 and 47.5 for the Bengals as the favorite on the road. And how about this? We've been inundated with the system play the last 3 weeks. The system play getting crushed 2 weeks ago, right? With the Commanders at the Vikings and then also the Colts at the Jaguars. I think it lost by a combined 46 points. And then last week, unfortunately, for my $100 to win $25,000 on the Patriots to go 6-0 in the AFC East, the Bills were the system play, and they rallied from being down big to win that game and cover the number. The system play is this. This is a team that is on the road who has a worse record than the home team. The home team has the better record, yet the team who's on the road is the favorite. All right, and that applies to the Bengals today. They have 2 less wins than Miami, and they are the 4.5-point favorite, 47.5 the total I see, and 4 and 48 as well for Cincinnati. Joe Burrow and company, the system play today. So we'll see if that stands up. I'm sure they're happy. Where there's been a lot of discontent with in the media and just body language and all that with the Bengals here recently. I don't think they're going to complain that they're playing in a nice, warm South Beach today and get away from their friendly confines of the jungle in Cincinnati. So warmer weather, and let's be honest, there's not exactly a huge home field advantage for Miami. We need to go through the playoff scenarios in a second, and that's what I'll do. But for Miami's sake, they are done, correct? Yeah, they are out of it. And we'll get into the playoff scenarios here in just a minute. Jacksonville, they are in Denver. Actually, that's a later game. Let's keep it at the 1 o'clock for now. Dallas and the Chargers. Dallas is a 1.5-point favorite. Money is now coming in on the Chargers, 49.5, and the Cowboys have been eliminated by virtue of the Eagles' win yesterday. The Chargers, well alive for their playoff circumstances. We'll get into that in a minute. But nice weather today in Big D, right? I mean, we don't have any issues there. Let's see. At AT&T Stadium, 59 degrees, no chance of rain, 8-mile-per-hour winds in a stadium that won't get windy anyway. And it's going to be cloudy, which is kind of a big deal, to be honest, because they have those big glasses, glass windows on either side of the end zone that really beams the sun in like a magnifying glass. Really makes it hard to keep track of the football. But if it's going to be cloudy skies in Dallas, then that's going to actually help these receivers see the football. So good news there if you like the over. Let's go to Carolina at Bank of America Stadium. 59 degrees with the Buccaneers and the Panthers. Tampa Bay -3, 45.5 I see across the board there. Baker and company fully healthy. They get Cade Otton back. That gives them their full complement of weapons. We'll see if the Carolina Panthers can hang tough. We'll get into that playoff scenario as well here in a minute. But a big, big game in terms of the NFC South today with Tampa Bay and Carolina. Buffalo -10.5 against Cleveland, 41. Josh Allen is Superman. This would be your one cold weather game of the day, but does it matter for these two teams? I don't think so. 27 degrees, 1 o'clock start for the Bills and the Browns. Shedeur Sanders, the starter there for Cleveland. So Sanders against Allen. I give Sanders a little bit of an applause. He hasn't done so bad. Losing last week, but he's been playing competitive in his handful of starts. We'll see what he does today against Josh Allen and the Bills. The Vikings -3 and 43. Are they laying a full 3 everywhere? Let's see. I see a 2.5 as well and 43.5. So you want to shop for that one at your different sports books for whatever you like. The Vikings have been the one team that's been a nightmare for me to project. They've been super tough. I can't seem to get any of their games right. I like them today, so I guess that means take the Giants. But the Giants are a terrible team to try to root for at this point in the season. Coachless for many weeks now. To what extent are they not packed it in? They do have the rookie at quarterback who's going to try to play hungry and feisty, but perhaps too much firepower. And Brian Flores, I mean, give him credit as well, the defensive coordinator for Minnesota. If there's going to be a difference today in this game, it has to be Jackson Dart trying to go against a Flores defense. So 43 points in the Vikings, the favorite on the road against the Giants. We'll go indoors for 1 o'clock in New Orleans at the Caesars Superdome. The Saints now 6.5 and 40.5. So money is coming on the Saints overnight. Wow. The Saints all the way up to the 7-point favorite against, you would tell yourself this in week 1 or 2 that the Saints in December would be a huge favorite at home. You'd be like, against who? Well, it's the lowly Jets who are going to give Brady Cook another chance at quarterback today. And the Jets have just been abysmal for the most part. Not even competing in these games, losing by margin. We'll see if the Saints can rack up a big win as a big favorite today. Let's see. 1 o'clock slate continuing. We might have hit them all. Have we? Let's see. Saints, Browns. It looks like we got everything at the 1 p.m. Eastern window, 10 o'clock Pacific. So let's go to the late window, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific. Jaguars and Broncos, Denver 3.5, 46.5. let's see. Weather is always interesting here. 61 degrees in Denver today. Not exactly a cold matchup for the visiting Jags here. We're going to love that weather. So a good opportunity for points. And this one, 47 I see out there as well. Man, that number might be way too low. We'll go through that through the course of the morning. Man, some of these over-unders really are going to be attractive today. Vegas is at Houston. We'll be indoors for this at NRG Stadium. 80 degrees in Houston today, so beautiful day to tailgate there. I see 14 and 14 and a half for Houston. 38 and a half is the total. And I see a 37 and a half as well. 425 is the kickoff there. 4:05 Eastern. Rewind 20 minutes. Atlanta is at Arizona. Atlanta minus 2.5, 48.5 against the Cardinals today. Let's see. We'll get Drake London back. Kirk Cousins will be the quarterback again, who's been decent. He actually has not been bad. They've had a little bit of time off since their Thursday night win at Tampa. And basically the Cardinals have been an automatic over team. So another game that would have you would think would have a chance for points in the desert of Arizona today. We'll go back indoors to Detroit with the Steelers and the Lions. This game will be played at Ford Field. It is 26 degrees outside, but that won't matter. It'll be a nice, comfortable, 70 degrees inside, 71, whatever they keep the heat at. And the Lions laying a full touchdown to the Steelers, who have been red hot. 52 is the total. We know the Lions are much better at home than they are on the road. But is that too many points to lay Pittsburgh? Good late game for us in that late window today. And then we got the night game at M&T Bank Stadium with the Patriots and the Ravens. Now the Ravens taking extra money overnight. They're up to 3.5 and 49, I see. So the Patriots getting that extra half a point if you like them. But money coming in on the Ravens. We'll see how that goes. I'd hate to see my Patriots go into this late season slump after being decent all year. You want to be peaking with your football. We'll see how they recover from that loss to Buffalo against another good team in the Ravens tonight. And we have the Monday night game indoors. San Francisco minus 5.5, 46.5. That game is at Lucas Oil. It'll be rainy, but they'll be inside, so that won't matter. Lucas Oil Stadium, where it always says, check your defenses in at the door. Okay, so that is your weather update, which means we have no concerns for weather on this NFL Week 16 Sunday. That is great news in terms of us needing points. And a lot of these teams do need to leave it all out there today. That always helps when you're in these positions. These teams in need today, always quarterback rushing yards, with that have to have it mentality come into play. And we could, keep that kind of thing in mind, for some of these games that really matter for these teams, like Buffalo and Cleveland. The Bills can still win that division, where you think maybe we take a kind of a relaxed approach against Cleveland, knowing it's Cleveland, let's just get by, knowing that they could perhaps be tied for first place at the end of the day if they get a big win. So you never know the quarterback's mentality at this point in the season in terms of them wanting to rush for some rushing yards. And I had Jordan Love rushing yards. How did that work out for me last night, right? He was getting there, and then he took that bad helmet-to-helmet hit and knocked him out. A little gun shy in the player props, I must admit, right now with these injuries. But I definitely have plenty of team sides and totals I like. And obviously we'll get into some props that we all like as well. All right, so that's your updated weather report, our fresh lines. man, we have money coming in. Moral of the story, we have money coming in on Tennessee. We have money coming in on the Saints. We have money coming in on the Chargers. Money is coming in on the Lions now. And money coming in on Baltimore. And those are the teams that are seeing the most action with the public overnight. Okay, so we are updated on the lines. Let's see, we're right at 7:39. If we queue up Dave Delgrandy right now, that'll take us to right about 9:30. What we can also do this morning is the art of making tickets. I can do a little segment with you probably right at 9:30 until about 9:45 as nephew Dave rallies to the studio. All right, so I think without further ado, let's just kind of get into the slate. I don't think I have too much else to say. Oh yeah, playoff scenarios. Let's just take a look at that real quick. Let's just understand where we are. And a lot of things have, for the most part, at this point of the season, have been somewhat decided. I mean, you only have a handful of bubble teams. Basically, the teams on the outside looking in are this. How about this? The Colts are on the outside looking in. They were in first place all season long, and now they sit in 8th. They're 8-6. They trail the Texans, who are in the 7th spot at 9-5. And then after that, I mean, the Chargers and Bills are good. 5-6 are their seedings right now as we speak. So the Texans would be your team that kind of catch up to if you're the Colts or the Ravens, for that fact, if you're not going to win your division. And that's a must win, really, for the Ravens tonight as well. Let's see here. The Steelers are 8-6 in first place. The Ravens are 7-7 in second place in the AFC North. The Jaguars 2 games clear of the Colts. So they could not necessarily clinch their division today, but they could put it out of reach for the Colts if the Jags could get a win there. The Chargers still with hopes of winning their division, per se, right? They still can. They trail the Broncos by 2 games overall. The Broncos have clinched a playoff spot. They're the only one in the AFC who is officially clinched, but everyone else looks pretty good. They basically just need a win today, and they should be able to clinch. Is that correct? It looks like if the Bills win, they'll clinch. It looks like if the Chargers win, they'll clinch a playoff spot. Steelers and Ravens will still probably have to hold that over for another week or so, and they play the last week of the season, so it all could come down to that. And then the Patriots, shocking that they haven't clinched a playoff spot yet at 11-3, because the Colts are 8-6. I guess technically they could. If they lost 3 games in a row, then the Colts could take them out if they were able to run the table. Okay, in the NFC, let's see. Teams that have clinched a playoff spot officially are the Seahawks. They have not clinched the division, but 12-3 overall in the NFC West. The Eagles have clinched the NFC East. They're 10-5. The Rams at 11-4 have clinched a playoff spot. They're now second in the NFC West, but that's still up for grabs. The Niners are 10-4 as well. So they trail the Rams by half a game and Seattle by a game. The 49ers do get the Seahawks, I believe, one more time as well. The Bears looking in good shape in the North at 11-4. The Packers are 9-5-1. So essentially a win next week by the Bears should get them there, correct? Maybe not necessarily. The Packers, that one tie is going to make things interesting. They're 9-5-1, so really they trail by a game and a half. The Bears could fall flat on their face, and the Packers could still win that NFC North. But the Bears sitting in a good spot. The Buccaneers will play the Panthers twice. They're 7-7, and the Panthers are 7-7. So huge for whoever can win that game today. Loser is on the outside looking in of the playoffs. So huge game at Charlotte today in terms of that. And then also the Lions outside looking in at 8-6 right now, trying to catch up to the Packers really, or the 49ers they could catch up to. That would be the two teams that they would have a chance to jump. So all important for the Lions that the Niners lose, and the Packers already gave them a loss last night, so that helps. Even at 9-6 today, the Lions will not officially jump the Packers, but they'll be within that half a game, and who knows what happens the last 2 weeks. All right, so your teams outside looking in are Colts and Ravens as we speak, Lions and Panthers, but all those teams definitely in easily striking distance from being into the playoffs. Officially locked into a playoff spot are the Broncos, Seahawks, Eagles, Rams. Following teams have been completely eliminated. In the AFC, the Chiefs, Dolphins, Bengals, Jets, Browns, Raiders, Titans, and on the NFC side, Cowboys, Vikings, Falcons, Saints, Commanders, Cardinals, Giants. All you teams can pack your bags for Cancun. All right, and some of these teams on the outside that are done are going to be there's going to be a chance to pick on them here the last couple of weeks. All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in our man from the West Coast. He covers the Golden State Warriors. He is the OG of fantasy football, ESPN's first ever employee of fantasy football, in which him and his office staff did that in the 80s, working for the Oakland Tribune, and then into the 90s, kind of nurtured fantasy football into what it is today. He is also a columnist for Field Level Media, a senior analyst at Stat Factor, and the founder of MrFantasy.com himself. Let's get to our man on the West Coast, Dave Del Grande. All right, full slate of games for Sunday. Let's get to it. Find some picks, and let's try to have a winning day. And again, I'm just one leg away from getting a nice hit or a nice big hit. I mean, I had several tickets last week that fell short. I had a 6 quarterback round robin with their rushing yards to get 30. 2 of them checked the box, and the other 4 came up just a handful of yards short. So the opportunity was there, but man, we just couldn't get it home at the end. So let's see if we can't cash in this Sunday. And we have a spread out slate. We start with our AFC West or NFC West teams that we typically do. That we definitely have some games early on with them. And we got a good one. Let's start with this one with the Chargers and the Cowboys. Now, the Cowboys, they could be a fun team, Dallas. They're just not going to get the job done here at the end of the day. They're a 2.5-point favorite over the Chargers, which is somewhat interesting. Chargers with a nice win on the road last week at Kansas City. And they are the more well-rounded team to me. I mean, they have the defense. They have a good quarterback. They have a decent amount of weapons they can go to. I would say skill-wise, if you compare them to someone like the Rams, they don't have the skill position talent position by position. If the Rams were like an A in that regard, then the Chargers are something like a B-. They have good skill players. The Cowboys, they have some superstars on the outside. Maybe they come out, play loosey-goosey. Every Dallas game seems to go over. So I'm wondering if we could get a Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott type of forced shootout here because Dallas just kind of makes it that way, and that's how things tend to happen with the Cowboys. But I think if Dallas is good, if they're going to lose games to teams like Minnesota at home, then we've seen the Chargers beat the team like Minnesota. They actually beat Minnesota by 30-something points or whatever it was. Then the Chargers going to be the right side to me. I'm not sure why they're an underdog here. So go ahead and give me the Chargers in this game, and we'll see what kind of effort Dallas will put up. I'll look at some props here in a second, but your initial thoughts here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see why Dallas would show up for this game. They had to be super disappointed in their last effort. They knew they needed wins, winnable games, mind you, down the stretch, and it would still be a long shot. To let that one slip away is a real killer. You already got Pickens, who doesn't seem to try all that hard anyway.
Right. Yeah. What's up with that lately? Yeah.
And who should, and even Lamb, Lamb, I don't think, he just decided he didn't want to practice earlier this week. I mean, it just, I can see the air has come completely out of Dallas's balloon. And meanwhile, this is not the kind of team you want to be playing if you're not 100% invested in it. Because as Kansas City found out last week in a game that they absolutely positively had to win, you play the Chargers and you have to earn it. And I'm not sure Dallas is going to put up the kind of effort to earn a win over a team like this. I think that Herbert should have a real nice passing day against Dallas. Everybody does. I think the Chargers should win this game. If Dallas surprises me and shows up and plays their best game, they still might lose because I think the Chargers are the better team. So I don't know. I agree with you that that line is just an indication of somebody thinking, "Ooh, Dallas has to win this game," and it doesn't matter. We know who wins, who loses the rest of the way. Dallas isn't making the playoffs, and they know that now.
Right. Would you consider the Chargers a double-digit potential winner in this game?
Yes.
I would too, I think.
Well, again, it comes down to what's Dallas's mindset at the start of the game, which I don't think is going to be great. And then what happens when they fall behind 10-0 in this game, and they see that Lamb is disinterested, Williams isn't playing, Pickens is disinterested. I don't care how good Dak is. It's just going to snowball from there. So I do think the Chargers, kind of like that game you talked about, Minnesota, they're relentless. They'll keep coming after you. Good on defense, good on offense, can run the ball effectively when they when they need to. With Hampton back, I think this could get out of control.
Do you think Dallas moves away from Pickens? Yeah, because you're right. If there seems like a player that's quitting right now, it's him the last few weeks.
Well, I'm not sure that this is anything different than what we've seen his entire career. I think this is why he's not with Pittsburgh anymore.
Right.
He's a tremendous talent. He thinks he's a superstar receiver. He reminds me of A.J. Brown in that regard. But he's every play he's wondering, excuse me, why isn't the ball going to me? I can beat this guy deep. I can beat him short. I catch the high ones. I catch the low ones. And this has been a great situation for him because he's now been able to have great success even without being that number one guy. And so, but yet just so many times when the pass isn't called for him or whatever, you see him basically doing nothing, jogging down the field. And so I would expect that he'll be back with them just because it's worked really well this year. I mean, who's got a better 1-2 combination than Dallas? But it's like we see a lot in sports. It's just you seeing a guy from afar and then seeing him up close. You now understand why you got them.
Do you see a second half scenario in which the Chargers have a nice lead, they pull the plug? Is Hampton and Vidal all day long, and then this number of sales under the total?
I don't know. I mean, I can't trust Dallas.
Right.
I can't trust Dallas when they try to keep the game under a total, both offensively or defensively. Imagine what the defense doesn't show up. And then, because, whether your boy Florney, he's going to try. Dak's going to be throwing that ball down the field. I wouldn't be surprised if in the end, you see Turpin, break one. You see Florney have a big game. I'm sorry to bring up his name because I know that he was one of your near misses last week.
Yeah.
Yes, but this is a team that I think I don't think that they would quit at the end. I think that they would go into stat padding mode, even if it meant sitting Pickett and sitting Lamb. So now I tend to look at this game as being higher scoring.
Case in point with Florney, I mean, it's been the same old story. Is you get a big chunk of the ticket to achieve everything early, and then it's that last little bit that it's just such a grind, and you're like, man, you just feel like this just isn't going to happen, and that's what happens. It's a painful death watching those things go down like that.
Well, and this is, this has to be, the ultimate crusher is, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of that game, Dallas got the ball back. I don't know, 20 seconds to go or whatever it was. The game was over. They weren't going to do anything. So they snap the ball. They throw a little thing to the tight end, Ferguson, over the middle. And he catches it and he runs for 15 yards and they tackle him and they spike the ball. Now there's one play left and they're going to do the same thing again. And you need Florney to get 10 yards, to win your ticket. It's like, please just throw him the ball this time. And no, they threw it to somebody else. And he caught it. He ran for 15 yards. They tackled him. The game ended. And it's like, and you're rooting for it till the very last play of the game, knowing it comes down to who, they're going to have four receivers wide open because the other team's not covering the first 20 yards. He can throw it to anybody he wants. He picked Ferguson on the first one. Who's he going to pick on the second one? Come on, give Florney, give him a freebie here. And he looks and he throws it to somebody else. It's like, oh no.
Oh well, I mean,
but anyway,
Kyren Williams was the worst because there was the point in that game where, okay, the Rams are giving up. They're up 16 points. They're not throwing screen passes anymore to Kyren Williams. And in fact, he's probably not even going to be in the game. There's going to be Corum in there. So this bet's over. And then Shaheed runs back to punt. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. All right, get to 2. Let's keep this live. And, that's going to force the Rams to have to play a little bit. Sure enough, that's the case. They get to 2, cut it to 8. Okay, Rams. They try to throw it to him, and Stafford throws it right at his feet instead of, giving it to him on the, he could have thrown it in his hands every time, I feel like, except I think he was trying to not throw a pick or whatever he was trying to do. So he kind of threw more away, unless those, I can't help to think that those are bad passes when he's throwing them at his feet. And then, you get the touchdown. They miss that 2-point conversion. And then they get that wacky 2-point conversion called to go the other way because the ball gets thrown backwards and bounces into the end zone off the defensive player's helmet. And Charbonnet picks it up for no good reason at all. So they actually credit them with the 2. You're like, oh, wait a minute. Now we have a chance again. If we're down 2 points, obviously they're probably not going to throw screen passes again. They're just going to try to get this clock killed. And once they tied the game, you felt like you had completely new life, just needing a handful of Kyren Williams receiving yards. You don't get it. You give Seattle the ball back, but you stop them. You forced overtime. Seattle, which I'm not sure if that was the right strategy or not. They took the ball second. I think I want the ball first in overtime. I'll let you answer that actually in a minute. I don't know why you would maybe give them the chance to evaporate 7 minutes off. Now, I could maybe get it with a 15-minute clock, but I don't get it with a 10-minute clock. But the Rams get the ball first in overtime. Like, all right, here we go again. We're going to get a nice long field. We just need a handful of yards, and it just never comes. I mean, it was like, how many more chances is this guy going to get just to get 10 more receiving yards or whatever? Or even the 25, which would have been the jackpot. He could have easily have had that. Just a million chances. And again, they just never come. Did you like the fact that they decided to kick Seattle when they won the toss?
Yes, you have to take the ball second. Under the new rules, it used to be, right, that first team drove down the
field. They got a touchdown, it was
touchdown,
over. Yes, yeah.
The game was over. That's no longer the case. So now it's the same in college football in their tiebreaker. It's a huge advantage to take the ball second because it gives you an extra down. In other words, the Rams go down and they score a touchdown. So Seattle not only knows exactly what they have to do, but they have 4 downs.
They have to play fourth down.
You know, the Rams, if the Rams stall after 3 downs, well, then they either have to punt or kick a field goal or whatever. They can't afford, to go for it on 4th down. That's being the first team. But the second team, you're down by 7. There was even a play in there. There was I think it was 2nd and long, and they threw like a little 6-yard pass. And I thought, this is good thinking, because normally if it's 2nd and long and you leave yourself with a 3rd and 8, that's a bad thing. But leaving yourself with a 3rd and 8 when you have a 4th down as well, that's a good thing. And sure enough, they went ahead and they got the 1st down and they moved on. So it's it just adds a down to your chain moving, and that to me is a huge advantage. So I think that's a no-brainer. But you're right. The negative there is, well, gee, what if this team drives 9 minutes and kicks a field goal, leaves us with 55 seconds? Well, then that's on you. You got to think that, within 6 minutes, we're going to get the ball back, even if they score a touchdown, and you got your timeouts, 2-minute warning. Yes, I mean, you've got on almost every occasion, you're going to have enough time to do whatever you need to do.
All right. Kansas City is only a 3-point favorite to me for the sole fact that they're playing Tennessee. 37.5 is the total. You have these teams that are bad, and then they always seem to get their staple win at the end of the season once they kind of get things to come together a little bit. We've seen it here in recent weeks with Tennessee. Now, the 49ers being a fairly convincing lead, but that game did go over the total like I thought it would. Tennessee was able to put some points up. So their scoring is up. I can't say that the Chiefs' scoring will be up. Now, Minshew is a capable quarterback, but again, what kind of interest does this team have? Rice, perhaps on the shelf. Maybe even Kelsey is even a step slower in this game. I don't know, but I think this is a good opportunity for a young team like Tennessee to get their flagship win of the season. I mean, this is their Super Bowl right here in this game. So I can't help to think that you're going to see that their best effort and that they leave everything hanging off the table in this one. So I'm going to take them for the outright upset. I think they get the job done. They've taken their lumps and bruises for the season. They've shown here that they can be a little bit more competitive lately. So against a team like Kansas City, where it's done for them, and they just might be mentally screwed at this point. I'll take Tennessee. I'll take the team who's young, hungry, and maybe playing their Super Bowl at home here. They're catching the field goal. They're the underdog. 37.5 might be too low, to be honest, if Tennessee's able to score 24 31 points or so. You got to figure the Chiefs will get 10. Minshew's not the worst thing in the world. But Tennessee, I think, outscores Kansas City and wins this game. What do you think?
I agree 100%. I'd go a step further. I think that Tennessee could blow out.
Yeah,
Kansas
they could
City
blow
in
them
this
out.
game.
Yes.
First off, I was very impressed with Tennessee in the 49ers game. Yeah, they did fall behind, but they made a nice comeback. They, like you said, they're hungry. They have something, they're trying to get better game by game. And I think even though losing that game last week, I thought that was a stepping stone for them. And this would be a major stepping stone. Nobody will remember come opening day next year that, oh yeah, remember that 31-3 win over Kansas City you had last season? Well, that was the game after Mahomes got injured. You know what? We beat Kansas City. We blew them out. I think that there's no reason for Kansas City to show up for this game. As you said, oh, gee, what a coincidence. They're lining up to not play for Kansas City. Now, Rice has a concussion. I mean, it's a serious injury. But like you said, is Kelsey even going to show up for this game? Does he really care? His buddy is not in there at quarterback. He has to feel about as bad as anybody about this whole situation. Now, there'll be a game or two down the line when Kelsey decides, you know what, I'm retiring after this season. I want to go out with a touchdown in the last game. Well, this isn't the last game. There is no reason to show up here. Last year at the end of the regular season, Kansas City played a game at Denver, and they had nothing to gain. They were resting a bunch of starters. They took probably the same kind of mentality into that game as they took into this game. They got completely blown out in that game by a very mediocre Denver team at the end of last year. I could see this going the same way. I think that Pollard should run all over him. He's been running the ball real well lately. 39 carries the last 2 weeks, 2 touchdowns. I just think that, the team that tries the hardest, has a good chance to run the ball on the other team if they have a good running back. And Tennessee has one. He's running well. The line's playing well. And I think he's going to have one of the bigger days of any backs on Sunday.
55.5. That's going to be low enough.
Oh, man, that's a steal.
Yeah, that is. To get to 100 yards.
The last 2 weeks, 39 carries, 20 carries a game. And those are against teams that actually tried. I mean, 49ers were crying out loud. Had a big winning streak. We're coming off a bye, must-win game. And still, Pollard had a real nice game against them. If he gets 20 carries again, which he should, given the way that I think this game's going to go, man, it'd be over that number at halftime.
How about this? 14.5 carries is over under -102.
Yeah, I mean, that both of those numbers, especially that second one, is an indication of we're playing Kansas City, who needs to win, and going to give us their best effort.
They're getting overvalued. They're
going to get a lead on us, yes, and we're going to be forced to throw the ball. That's not the Kansas City team that's on the schedule this week. This is a team that really has no reason to show up. Doesn't have their quarterback in there. That's more demoralizing mentally than it is, a loss physically. So I don't know. I think both those numbers are absolute steals.
Plus 130 for a touchdown for Pollard, plus 950 for 2 touchdowns. And then I'll throw it to the receiver numbers as well. I mean, I think I like them all because A.O. Manor and DK, 26.5, 27.5 respectively. I mean, they're not expecting anything out of those guys, but that's 3 catches each. They should be able to get that.
Well, I just know that if I were playing this game, I'd focus on Pollard. I'm reminded in fantasy, when you have 2 teams and you have split allegiances, like, well, I'm rooting for, I've got Rice in one league, but in the other league, I got Worthy, and so Mahomes draws back the pass, and you don't know who you want him to throw to. So it would be better for me if it was Rice. Would it be better for me if it's Worthy? Then he throws the ball to Kelsey, and you're doubly upset. It's like, you know what? Have one team and root for your guy. Know where he is at all times, and it makes the game much more fun to watch. This is the same way here. It's like every time Ward drops back to pass, you're going to say, no, hand the ball to Pollard. But if you're split allegiances, if you've got your receivers going, and now every time Ward throws the ball, it's hurting your Pollard play. So I just think focus on Pollard, it's one thing if you're not really convinced that you have a good play. In my mind, I'm not sure there's a better play on the board on Sunday.
All right. I love Tennessee. I love the angle of the all line as well. Let me throw this number by you real quick in a 2-game parlay. Let's go ahead and take we'll do my favorite number here. We'll do minus 12.5. That way you give yourself room for a missed extra point or whatever shenanigans can happen. And if we take the Chargers minus 12.5 at plus 560, and then we'll go ahead and take the Titans here at the same price. Let's see here. Alternate line for Tennessee. Minus 12.5 is plus 630. 47-1 odds on those two.
But we're only 2 games under the schedule here. Are you sure we're not going to find a third team?
We probably can. Yeah, I'm sure we can. All right, love it. All right. Next window, the 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific window. Good game. Your Jaguars have been sneakily good. Trevor Lawrence, who I've continuously killed forever, has been very nice lately. I'll give him, I know when to stand up and to applaud. So good job, Trevor Lawrence. But he's done that against some bad teams, and now he's facing the real defense in Denver, who just doesn't seem to lose somehow. They win these close, even if they're closer games, they just do enough to get by. Minus 3.5, 46.5 here for your Jaguars in Denver. Interesting matchup. Maybe one of the better games of the day for sure. Both teams have to have it in their own way. So can your Jags keep things going on the road here, or is this Denver defense going to be too much?
Well, I don't think the Denver defense is going to be too much. I think that I see this game playing out somewhat similarly as Denver's game last week against Green Bay. And that is, you got one team, the visiting team, they've got their offense really rolling now.
Yeah, they're scoring a lot. They're doing good.
Right. Adding Myers to this team really helps because now Thomas has come back, and he's like 1A now to Myers 1B. I think that helps each one of them. You got Strange catching the ball as a tight end, and then you got Etienne. Even in a game like last week where he wasn't running well, crying out loud, he catches 3 touchdown passes.
Right.
So you've got a team that's really, remember the Jacksonville coach comes from Tampa Bay, where, and if you watch Tampa Bay in recent years, they spread the ball around. They've got a lot of offensive talent there, but they spread the ball around, and they have a lot of weapons, and they know how to use a lot of weapons. It's kind of turned Baker Mayfield into an MVP candidate in recent years. And this is what, not that Lawrence has reached that level yet, but his supporting cast is reaching that level. And Jacksonville is getting better and better offensively by the game. I don't think Denver's as good a defense as they maybe were supposed to be this year. But you know what? They can match points with you all of a sudden real well. And Jacksonville's defense, is very average. So I think that this is going to be a very high-scoring game. I think both quarterbacks are going to have a field day in this game because Denver, like Jacksonville, Denver's got other offensive weapons to throw the ball to, other than Sutton.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
when
Sutton
they
is coming to
Franklin-
life. He's been dead, but he's coming
Right,
to life
he is
lately.
coming to life.
Yeah.
and that helps the other receivers.
Yes.
So someone like Franklin, who's Franklin catches deep balls, catches touchdown passes. He'll get one in this game, at least an opportunity in this game. I don't know. I think both quarterbacks are very solid plays on the over 1.5 touchdowns. I could pick a couple of receivers here that I think will go well. I think Thomas
Coming to life. He's coming to life.
Yeah, it's come to life lately. And I also think Franklin is someone who's kind of, he was kind of up, kind of down. Now he's back up again. I think both those guys, could be counted upon for a touchdown.
Hey,
This is we're not talking about a low-scoring game here where we're picking the one guy who's going to score. No, I think each team's got a chance to score 3-4 touchdowns in this game. And if that's the case, I would certainly count on Thomas and Franklin to get one apiece, and then those two quarterbacks to get at least two apiece.
All right, Myers signed the contract too, so he's living large. And now, look, if you do a parlay like this, you get Franklin and Brian Thomas plus 210, plus 240. That's almost 10-1 alone. But throw on Myers because he's getting the contract. Throw on Sutton because he's been doing his thing, and now you're getting 90-1 on each of those players to get one touchdown.
Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting. So full green light for you.
Yeah, definitely.
That makes sense.
Both quarterbacks. And a part of it is these are not great running teams. And they would think, they thought they would be better running teams at the start of the year, but Denver's running game has not materialized. And Jacksonville, while Etienne's had a decent season, even like I said, in a game like last week, where he didn't run the ball well, it just meant that he caught more passes. And so that's, another reason for them to throw the ball. So I think that, this isn't going to be, let's get a lead and let's grind it out. I don't think either team has that kind of potential in this game. They're going to keep throwing it.
Now, I have the hangover effect from last weekend with me and my Patriots ticket. So I've been slow to the draw in my thinking of these games this week. I'm really trying to take a step back to refocus for the stretch run. So this is why I need you on the show, is to give me these thoughts. Yes, Denver and Jacksonville makes all the sense in the world to be a super, super over game. How about these long shots? Tim Patrick's been getting involved. He's 10-1 for an anytime touchdown. And then has De'Ami Brown completely disappeared that he's a 30-1 shot for a touchdown?
Well, I mean, especially in Denver's case, they spread the ball around really well because they don't throw the ball as much to the tight end that I expected them to this year. They've got a good one in Ingram, but it's just an indication that they really they're kind of like Green Bay. They really like their wideouts and the quarterback. Next to Green Bay, and next to any time that my boy, whose name escapes me now, the Giants backup.
Jameis Winston.
Winston.
Yeah.
Other than Winston and Love, nobody throws the ball down the field more than Nix.
Right.
It's maybe because the ball flies farther at altitude. I don't know. So it gives your third or fourth receiver, the guy that can't get on the field because they can't, trust you to catch the down and out on 3rd and 8 when they need it.
Right.
They just tell you to run deep every time and, take a guy or two with you. Well, you know what? That guy gets open once in a while. And then you throw the deep ball, then it becomes 50-50 whether he can catch it down the field. But I'll take my chances with someone like that, just because he's going to get the opportunity. I mean, my point is with Denver, they have a lot of these guys. who you just throw one or two balls to a game, but when they catch them, they tend to do some major damage.
Yeah.
So, and that, in the end, that helps the quarterback's numbers.
Mims is plus 550, and he returns punts too. So
Yeah,
you get help in that
He's-
cause, and then
He's your Shaheed type of
yes.
guy. You know what? If I'm not catching passes in the game, that's okay because I'll get you one on a punt return.
All right, real quick for the passing touchdowns, over 1.5. Trevor Lawrence plus 128 for 2 touchdown passes. What?
Not surprised. You know, I mean, I don't know. There are a lot of people that don't like him.
Right. And
that's-
they're valuing the
there's
Denver
a lot of
defense in this
people who
regard
made
too.
a lot of money on taking Lawrence under his total TD total over the last several years.
Right.
And it takes a while to convince them that he's actually, he's actually pretty decent.
All right. Knicks minus 132 for 2 touchdowns. Okay, for a lot to like in that game. All right. Same time window. The NFC West, NFC South game of the week with the Cardinals and the Falcons. The Falcons are 2.5, 48.5. They're playing feisty. They beat Tampa Bay their last time out. It sounds like we'll get Drake London back, if I'm correct in that note. On that note, I do see him listed. And let's face it, the Cardinals are a sieve on defense. But I think I like the Cardinals here at home in a higher scoring game, to be honest. Much like, the Falcons just aren't that great at the end of the day. So if there's a game that the Cardinals can win, it's going to be this home game against Atlanta if they're going to win one more for the season, which you got to figure that they can. They at least try. You got to give them credit for trying. They're throwing the ball like they're trying to anyway. McBride's been fantastic. We know how good Michael Wilson's been. Now we get Marvin Harrison Jr. back a little bit. Kyle Pitts, interesting. I know you saw that stat, but in that game last week against Tampa Bay, he had 7% of his career fantasy numbers all in one night, which is incredible if you think about it. It's Kirk Cousins against Brissett. I don't doubt we have another higher scoring game here. But let's face it, we could have the ineptitude scale go off the charts, in which this game turns into a clunker as well. I don't know. It's kind of the same way that I see Tennessee in a sense. If the Cardinals have a good chance to win a game at home here, this is going to be it. So give me Arizona at home here, and I'll bend and break for the over on this one. So Falcons put up some points. Cardinals do a little bit better job, and I have no doubt McBride has a very good game again. What do you think?
Well, Atlanta, I mean, their comeback last week against Tampa has to rejuvenate them in some way. Yeah, it's hard for these teams that are out of it to find incentive, especially in a game like this, long travel, unfamiliar opponent, who cares kind of game. But it's a lot better when you're coming, when you're flying off of a 29-28 most exciting win of the year for you, rather than a 28-14 loss, which that game easily could have been last week. And so I think that you'll see them, and you mentioned London coming back. I think you'll see them trying to have some fun in this game. Maybe their defense doesn't show up, but I think their offense, they're supposed to be a good offense.
They still have Bijan for sure.
They looked at this season with their young quarterback and Bijan and London and said, man, we've got a chance for big things offensively. It didn't work out. But last week has to raise their spirits some, and seeing this defense on film will really raise their spirits some. I think that, I think they can certainly put up big numbers in this game. And then Arizona, like you said, it sounds like they're getting Harrison back. And man, with Harrison and Wilson and McBride, and a no running game, they're just going to air it out all day. So I don't see how this game, doesn't fly over the total as well.
Yeah, I agree. 1.5 passing touchdowns for Brissett, minus 120. And Kirk Cousins is a plus number, plus 110 for 2 touchdowns for him.
Well, the difference there is that one of them has a running back and one doesn't. And so when they get down by the goal line, Atlanta will try to run it in with Bijan, and he's good at it.
Or Algiers.
We're right. But Arizona doesn't. They don't have who knows who's even playing running back.
Yeah, no, Bam Knight is Michael Carter now or nothing.
Right. And so they're much more likely to throw the ball.
DeMercado back.
Now, the key is your boy. I'm conveniently spacing on his name, Pitts.
Right.
If he were on his game, as he certainly was last week, then all of a sudden he becomes that extra target by the goal line that gets you the cheap touchdown for the quarterback throwing the ball that the Cardinals get because, they got McBride complimenting these outside receivers. I mean, you got to cover them all over the field down, and they're not going to run the ball. But, if you can count on Pitts, and London's a great touchdown catcher, red zone touchdown catcher as well. So I can understand why the numbers are not as good for him as it is for Brissett, but I still take them both over.
Yeah, we had a lot of good over games last week. I mean, not even over; they flew on the over. If you did some alternate totals on the round robin and picked the right ones, really with some of the heavy hitters against some of the schleps of the league, then you did very, very well for yourself. Yeah, so a lot of points here. Again, let's see. We are at 48.5. Yeah, I mean, how do you not like that with the 4 p.m. window of overs with Jacksonville, Denver, and then Atlanta and Carolina? Let's see if we can get some more. Your Raiders, can they help to the over 37.5 at all at Houston? Now it looks like we got Geno Smith back, correct? They've seen enough of Pickett, so we'll get Geno.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know where they're going with their quarterback situation, other than in a different direction next season. But
is this blowout city for the Texans?
Oh, it should be. I mean, this is a very similar game to the one the Raiders just played last week against the Eagles. I mean, that was
and the one the Texans played in which they blew out their opponent as well.
Yeah, I mean that was embarrassing last week for the Raiders. If any game's going to get Pete Carroll fired, it's going to be that one. They just often, and it's not really his fault. They tried. They put up a decent defensive effort in that game, but their offense, they don't have much of a line. They don't have any wide receivers. And so you got Bowers at tight end, and you got Genty running the ball. A very unimaginative offensive scheme, but then again, you don't really have a whole lot of options. And now you go from that game back home, and then okay, let's get back on the plane. We're going to Houston, even better defensive team than the one we saw last week. Team that needs the win, just like the team we saw last week. This is not good. I saw someone joking online said the over/under for Raiders first downs this week is 6.
Wow.
Would you take over or under? They were, but I mean, they're not that bad. But this should be very similar to last week. I don't see how this is competitive at all. And so that being the case, I'd have the same feeling for this game as I had last week with Barkley, where I thought Barkley would have a really big game. He had a decent game, but what killed Barkley last week was they threw the 2 little shuffle passes to the tight end at the goal line.
Sickening.
At least one of those 2 times, maybe even both, they had run Barkley once, like from the 4-yard line to the 2-yard line. I said, okay, just far enough that they're not going to do their stupid quarterback sneak. Now hand it to him one more time. No, they flip it to Goddard. He runs around. Oh my goodness, twice. So
ETN got us 3 touchdowns though, like you said. I had the parlay Barkley for 3, ETN for 3, and that was it.
Goodness,
Just seeing Goddard
it could have.
counterfeit him.
It
Was
could have,
first.
yeah, it could have. But this week, the interesting thing about this week now is that Marks is out now for Houston, and they brought in last week Jahar Jordan.
Yeah, Jahar Jordan
came on and had a big game last week. Unfortunately, they expect Chubb back this week.
Yes.
He's been practicing full speed, and so he goes into the Barkley position. I think he's gonna have a really nice game until they decide midway through the third quarter, why are we playing this guy anymore? Let's reward Jordan for his game last week. Put him in there and let him finish the game. But I do think Chubb will have nice numbers. He'd be the one Houston offensive guy that I trust the most in this game, especially in the first half, when we're pretty sure he's going to be playing full time. So I'd be interested in hearing his numbers, and like I said, especially in the first half, where he's going to score a touchdown in the first half.
Well, he's plus 320 for the first half touchdown instead of your plus 130. So
yeah,
way better than the first half.
Yeah, that's a great price.
Yeah.
Because it normally you'd be afraid if you played. Let's say they decided to start Jordan in this game for whatever reason. Well, even if no matter when it was in the game, you'd be afraid that they're going to take him out of the goal line and put in Chubb because he's more of a short yardage rusher. Well, the opposite isn't true. They're not going to take Chubb out of the game and bring in Jordan when they get down by the goal line. So that's not a concern here. Obviously the concern in this game is, well, Houston's not a team that's going to score 28 points in the first half. So you're going to have limited opportunities, but I don't see any reason why they don't score 17. I mean, they should score 2 touchdowns in the first half of this game. And if they do, at least one of them is going to Chubb. I mean, a plus 320, that's, I think it's better than 50-50 that he'll score a touchdown in the first half. To get 320 is, man, they got that mislabeled.
I was just looking at that first half Texans total points. Is at 13.5 minus 125.
Well, like I said, that it's consistent with what their expected total is for the game, and what the expected total in both teams in the game. So I mean, it makes sense that you just take half of their their full game total, but this is this is a game where I definitely see them scoring 1 touchdown in the first half. You would think that they would score 2 touchdowns. I don't know that. I mean, again, I'd focus on Chubb. I just give me, if he scores their first touchdown, then I don't care if they score a second one.
All right, let's see here. The Raiders are plus money, plus 106 over 6.5 first half points. That's funny.
Now,
that tells you the state of them right there.
They yeah. I mean,
it tells you everything you need to know about them. Yeah.
Well, right. I mean, they do have the means of moving the ball between the 20s. I mean, if Gentry's got a little something going in the running game, which he hasn't more times than not, but the potential's there. And then, of course, you've got the best pass-catching tight end. They're going to move the chains a couple of times on each possession, usually. But they just don't have that one guy, the chunk yardage guy, who's going to get us 30 yards, move the ball from the 50 to the 20 so we can get back to Gentry and our tight end, Bowers. Instead of using Gentry and Bowers to get the ball down the field, and okay, now it's 3rd and 10. Now we got to throw to one of our wideouts to keep this drive alive, and we don't have any. So that's It's just, all right, so you end up kicking field goals. So maybe they do kick 2 field goals in the first half. You still fall under that number.
Genty's baseline rushing yards, 41.5 in this game.
Yeah. I'll say this for them, and I'll say this in a negative way, is, man, they gave him an opportunity last week. It was a remarkable how many times they ran the ball up the middle on first down and gained 1 or 2 yards.
Right.
It's like, why? I mean, why? Okay, I understand first play of the game. Let's run it up the middle, see what happens. All right, you got 1 yard. And next time, so they got a first down. They ran it up the middle again, got 2 yards. Okay, get the message. We don't need to waste first down running the ball up the middle with this guy. But, it's late in the season. They want to see him develop, so they're going to give him his opportunities. And all it takes, a total 40, whatever, is to bust one for 20 yards. I'm not telling you to bust one for 60, just bust one for 20, and then we'll give you 10 other carries. You get 2 yards per carry. You'll get to that number. So it'd be hard to take the under on something like that. But you know what? I don't think he got the 40 last week on all the opportunities they gave him. So, I still have to stay away from that.
All right, a Monday night, and I'm going to reflect back to last Sunday real quick. The Colts, I think, did a lot of smoke and mirrors to keep that game close. Now, Rivers made some plays when he had to, but there was converting on third down several times. But, just getting beyond the sticks. Almost like, how are they hanging in here? I mean, he's not throwing the ball any further than 15, 20 yards down the field. It's obvious Taylor is going to be a big focus as well. I think the better team for sure coming in is San Francisco in this regard, at least with the state of affairs at quarterback here. And 5.5, I don't think is a substantial number to lay for the 49ers, considering the way that they've been able to beat these inferior opponents. And that's exactly what I think the Colts are at this point. I think we predicted their downfall well, and I think it continues. I just don't see how this is sustainable for Rivers just to kind of try to nickel and dime and grind things out for the Colts to, advance anywhere down the playoffs, much less even make the playoffs maybe at this point. 49ers with a ton to play for. It seems like Purdy's getting a little bit better every week. My man Pearsall did show up last week. That was one of my better calls for sure. And let's see. Christian McCaffrey has, it looks like, 3 standalone games now to make his case for Offensive Player of the Year, which is a tough market with Nakua and Jackson Smith. But he'll get his chance to put up several touchdowns here the last few weeks. And I think the 49ers are going to be a little too much for the Colts to handle here. 46.5. Yeah, it might not get there fully to the over, but I have no doubt maybe the Niners do their share of things. Let's see. Their team points are at 26.5. Man, I could see this being 24-14 San Francisco or something like that. So I don't know if I necessarily want to take that. But defense is getting better for the 49ers. Young defense improving week to week. And I think now that they have their pieces kind of back together on the field a little bit, they got some decent mojo working where I think the Colts are kind of in reverse course. So even though the Colts are the home team here, the stage is not going to be big enough for the 49ers to be overwhelmed. I think they'll be just fine. And I think San Francisco wins on Monday night. What do you think?
Boy, there are very few times where I totally disagree with what you're saying, but this is one of them.
Okay.
I think the 49ers, we've talked about this all year. They're a product of their schedule.
Yes.
You've
never been sold. You never been sold.
Early in the season against the Rams and the Seahawks, very early. Since then, they've only played, they went on the road. They played at Tampa, a team at or close to this level. They lost that game. They went on the road and they played Houston, a team at or around this level. They lost that game. It's the only games that they played in recent weeks. Well, they played the Rams in the rematch at home and got blown out. But you look at, I mean, we saw this coming at the beginning of the year, the easiest month in NFL history, where they were going to play Arizona, Carolina, Cleveland, and Tennessee over a 5-week span. You cannot get any easier than that. Lo and behold, they've won 4 in a row, and all of a sudden they're division title contenders? Absolutely not. They are not a good team. They could easily lose. Look at their schedule now. They play at Indy. They're going to lose this game. They play the Bears next week. That's 50-50. And then they play Seattle the last week. They're going to lose that game. One of the things that you noticed very easily on Thursday night, if you're a 49er fan, is, wow, we are not in the same neighborhood with the Rams in Seattle. Right. Those teams are way better than us. It's a complete, facade, the 49ers season. Now, to their credit, they've won the games that they're supposed to win. I mean, they haven't had really any real slip-ups in these games. But this is not a game that they're supposed to win. Yeah, it helps them that the other team doesn't have their quarterback, but the other team's quarterback was Daniel Jones. It's not like Mahomes is out or Allen is out. They're screwed. No, they're replacing Daniel Jones. Now, they're replacing him with a 44-year-old, who can't take a step to his right or a step to his left. That's all understood. But he's had another week to work with the team. It was shocking last week how competitive they were at Seattle. That's the game where they should have gotten blown out. But they showed their cards. This is the way we're going to play. We're going to keep handing the ball to Taylor, and we're going to throw little short passes to guys, move the chains, punt, kick our field goals, keep the score down. That was on the road against the best defensive team in the league. This week, we're facing the team where they couldn't stop Tennessee's running game last week. What are they going to do with the best offensive line in the league and the best running back in the league? They can play conservatively this week and still beat the 49ers. And I think they will. I mean, everything about this season says this is a game the 49ers are going to lose. And like I said, if you look at their schedule before the season, everybody plays this game. How many wins is each team going to get? And you look at the 49ers schedule, and they put a total up of 10.5 wins for the 49ers. There's no way the 49ers were a 10.5 win team this year, but on their schedule they were. And sure enough, they've reached 10 at this point, just like they were supposed to. Getting that 11th one isn't going to be easy. I think it's much more likely to happen next week than it is to happen this week. I just think that we've seen this game. We saw the Tampa game. We saw the Houston game. This is not going to go well for the 49ers, I say. I think Taylor could have, a really big game. And like I said, Rivers, say what you want about him. He was surprisingly effective last week in doing what they asked him to do. That was like 2 days off the scrappy. Now he's practiced a whole week with these guys. He actually knows their names. You've got a great offensive line. You've got a great running game. It's nobody's going to ask him to throw the ball deep down the field. You just fake it to Taylor, throw the ball to Warren behind the linebackers, move your chain, go down, kick your field goals. I think that this could be a game where there's a lot of field goals. I don't know that either team necessarily is going to score a lot of touchdowns in this game. I strongly feel that Indy's going to win this game.
All right, let's see here. So your breadwinner will be Taylor. He's 95.5 baseline.
He has to be.
Yep.
I mean, he's last week they handed the ball to him. I mean, Seattle knew what was the game plan last week. They knew they would hand the ball to Taylor. He didn't have a great game, but he did decent. And he got, 20 some odd carries last week. Even though they weren't moving the chains really well, and they should have a lot more success running the ball this week than they had last week. I don't see any way he doesn't go over 100 yards, just based on the fact that he's going to get 25 carries. And against the 49ers, you're always going to get 6 to 8, times during the game where you gain 8, 10, 12 yards. And so those, the numbers could tend to build up. I think it'll be a close game. I think there's no reason for them to, fall behind by 2 touchdowns and just say, okay, you know what, let's start airing it out. You can't put your quarterback in that kind of situation. And I think it'll be close like last week. I think that even in the fourth quarter, let's stick to our game plan. We just got to go down and kick a field goal and hand to Taylor, time and time again. So I think he's going to go for over 100 yards. I would think he would score at least 1 touchdown. But I think in some ways I'm more confident that he's going to get his yards and his carries rather than his touchdown.
What do you think his baseline attempts are? I'm asking you for a guess.
18 and a half.
23 and a half. Highest of the season. Yep.
And what's his yards?
95 and a half.
Yeah, I mean, both those numbers are high. No doubt about it. But, look at
Puka's number was high on Thursday night. Look what he did.
Well, right, and that's the thing. I think we saw this last week. We talked about this last week a little, and we've seen it already this week. Is that this is the time of year for your superstars to be featured and your superstars to come through. And
Yes.
we saw several of these guys, come through last week. Bijan Robinson comes to mind as a guy we've been counting on all year in fantasy. Hasn't had the greatest season, but you know what? Came through big time last week. Nakua obviously last week, monster game, and then followed that up on Thursday. It's time for these guys to show up, and I think that this is. I think while the 49ers would like to rely on McCaffrey, Taylor's a much better, quote unquote running back, and he's got far less competition for the ball spreading around, especially with the quarterback limitations now. If this were a heavyweight fight between Taylor and McCaffrey, I'd take Taylor in a knockout.
Both of them for 1 touchdown is plus 102. Taylor's minus 310. McCaffrey's minus 220. If I stick with my pick, I'll take Kittle's at plus 120 for a touchdown. This is his comfort zone, Indiana. He's from Iowa, lives in Tennessee. He likes it out there in the Rust Belt. So plus 120 for him. That'll be on my ticket. All right. Let's go back to the top of the slate. Do you have any super fun games that we have not talked about in your mind?
Well, the morning schedule to me is not super attractive. We've talked about some of the more interesting games. I think the most interesting game that we haven't talked about in the morning is the Tampa Carolina.
Yeah. That's the game. That's the game to me.
Yeah,
because you said it last
Tampa,
week. How do you not take the over with that offense Tampa has?
Absolutely. And Carolina, they've surprisingly, on most occasions anyway, they've been able to, match points in games like this where they're playing defenses that are not good, and that certainly would you put Tampa in that category. It's kind of embarrassing how bad their defense looked at times in that game last week against Atlanta. Carolina's every bit as good. Atlanta didn't even have their star tight end in that game. They didn't have their quarterback in that. I mean, they made Pitts look like a superstar last week. I think Carolina will find a way to score points in this game. And I mean, how can you not? I mean, to me at this point, because we question how interested Dallas is going to be the rest of the way, I think Tampa replaces Dallas as this pinball team. Man, they've got 4 wideouts. They don't have enough footballs for the wideouts that they have. You could tell how pissed off Evans was last week when things were getting away from them. He had a big game. It was his first game back. He had a monster game. And I mean, so
yeah, so much for a pitch count.
He changes everything.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, that's the thing. So Egbuka, they had a big first, third down or fourth down, I think it was, late in that game. They threw the ball to Godwin. And then you got McMillan, who, coming back from his injury, and he was playing for the first time last week, and he gets into the action. I mean, so you got 4 wideouts, any 2 of which would start for most teams in the league. And you got a very capable quarterback. You got a very average defense here. I don't see any way Carolina is going to stop Tampa's offense, keep them anywhere under 25 points. It's going to be tough to keep them under 30. But Carolina has, their quarterback has developed. They've got Dowdle running the ball well. They've got McMillan, who hasn't done great lately. But who has Coker? Coker's come on and been scoring touchdowns. So I just think that you got a very high scoring team in Tampa. You got a very high scoring defense in Tampa. And I think Carolina's got enough weapons to take advantage of that. So this is, this to me is similar to, the Jacksonville-Denver game. I'd even think it has more potential than that. I think this is going to be a very high-scoring game, and maybe what you would call a sneaky high-scoring game, because you don't think of Carolina as being that kind of team.
45.5 is a low number for this game.
Yeah, I agree.
For a total. Yeah, I agree.
I think,
yeah.
I think Coker, who's been I think he's got a touchdown in each of his last 2 games. He's almost become a more dependable target for them than McMillan has. And I take him. Well, Dowdle is going to be the guy who gets the ball down by the goal line. He's going to be the guy most likely to score a touchdown. But among the receivers in a high-scoring game, I think Coker's price will probably be worthy of taking a look at. And then with Tampa, I mean, they've got so many ways to go. And Evans last week, as I indicated, showed that he's back. He wants the ball down by the goal line. Very few guys, if any, are better at catching touchdown passes in the red zone than him. He's a potential 2 TD guy, because 1 TD, he's probably for a receiver, he's probably a minus.
For Evans.
Yeah.
Plus 175 for 1.
Plus 175?
Yeah, and 13-1 for 2.
Wow. Well, I think he's a lock.
Yeah, well, he's the opposite of Pickens, that's for sure. Well, if Pickens is disinterested, Evans certainly showed that he was interested.
Exactly. And there's no, short of maybe Metcalf, and I think I'd put him ahead of Metcalf. Nobody catches more red zone.
Right.
Throw the ball up to him.
Yes.
Back shoulder fade, whatever it takes. He 12. He hadn't played in how long? Comes back last week. He gets 12 targets. Even with all these other great receivers that they got. Oh man, at plus 175, that's a very strong play.
I get it. Carolina's a nice story, and they even play better at home, too, for sure. And I've no doubt they get their points in this game, but I just think Tampa Bay is going to score that much more. I think Tampa Bay can still win by double digits. If it was something like 41-27 or 41-24 or even 41-31, that wouldn't shock me.
Well, you might overestimate the Tampa defense. And
Right,
as we saw
maybe,
last
maybe.
week, it appeared the Atlanta game was headed in that direction last week until Tampa's defense, decided to not show up, for the kind of like the Rams defense not showing up at the end of that game Thursday night. Well, that was just a repeat of Tampa's defense against Atlanta the previous week. So, yeah, I don't trust Tampa's defense enough to say that they can blow anybody out, because no matter how the game is going, the other team always has the potential real quickly to get a score or two.
Now, this could be a fantasy impact as well. And this is probably maybe the biggest question, and maybe you'll have some better insight into this. One of the biggest questions on the board as far as personnel in certain circumstances, and we see Sean Tucker now, where he was near 5-1 for a touchdown last week, all the way down to plus 210 for one touchdown. Bucky Irving plus 145. That sends Rashid White all the way back to plus 450 in the Tucker range. So who's the goal line back here?
Well, I mean, Irving has carried 17, 15, and 16 times the last 3 weeks. So to me, it's not as much about who is the goal line back, but who's the back that's most likely to score a touchdown. And when one guy's getting 16 carries a game and the other guy's getting 4, I don't care where those 4 are coming from, I'm always going to take the 16 rush guy, because he's going to be the guy on the field on first and goal at the 10. And then, yes, if he stopped at the 1, maybe he comes out, they bring the short yardage guy in, or heck, maybe they just lob the ball to Evans in that case. And so, I think Irving is a much more likely guy to score a touchdown in this game than Tucker.
And if they needed it, as if they needed it, they'll get their tight end Otten back as well this week, Tampa Bay. So they'll be full strength back at tight end as well.
Embarrassment of riches.
Yeah.
This is, like I said, this is a team right now, get down on the over in their last 3 games. I don't care who they're playing.
When it gets
to stop them. You cannot stop this offense with the amount of talent they have.
In the playoffs, that should be the same story, correct?
The problem with the playoffs is you don't win with offense.
Right, you win with defense.
They're not going to win in the playoffs with this, this kind of a team for exactly reason we saw in the Atlanta game. Because no matter how many points Tampa scores, the other team is going to be fully capable. Even if it's we saw this in the Rams-Seattle game. Imagine Tampa being 2 touchdowns up on Seattle in the fourth quarter of the game. You go, oh, they got it. Well, no, Seattle's going to go right down the field like they did against the Rams and get their last 2 touchdowns. Any team in the league that makes the playoffs is going to be good enough to do that to Tampa. So, Tampa, I expect Tampa to win the division and to have the home field in that first game. But I take, it could be any number of teams in that spot against them. But you're probably looking at, Green Bay. If Chicago ends up winning the division, you could possibly be Green Bay. It could be whoever doesn't win between Seattle and the Rams. I guess that's more likely to be that team that goes to Tampa in the first round of the playoffs. I do not see Tampa winning that game.
All right, I have a gross pick for you. And this is really gonna. You got to have some guts and some stomach to be able to handle this game with the Bengals and the Dolphins. And you talk about players who seemed disinterested. Joe Burrow has shown a little bit of that as of late. And here we go with Miami. Quinn Ewers will get the start. He's the 3rd stringer. He hasn't even been playing with the second team, where Zach Wilson has been getting those reps. So it has been Wilson to get most of the snaps and practice most of the season. But here comes Ewers. They'll throw him up into the mix. And you got to ask yourself the old classic age-old question here in a game like this. who do you trust more at quarterback? Is it Joe Burrow or is it going to be this guy, Quinn Ewers? Well, it's got to be Burrow, right? So give me the Bengals laying the points in Miami here. Very reluctantly. They scored 0 last week. Looked bad against Baltimore. Maybe that's saying something about Baltimore maybe improving on defense a little bit as well. And obviously, I'm sure you missed T. Higgins offensively as well. But I think enough weapons for the Bengals here offensively just to be better than the Dolphins, and they should be able to win this game. Burrow against Ewers, you got to give me Burrow laying 4.5. What do you think?
I don't know.
It's a bad one, right?
After what we saw from Cincinnati last week, I don't get it. I don't understand, where their offense went last week. I would hope they'd be able to bounce back this week, but Miami does have something to play for, whereas Cincinnati doesn't. But yet you're right. I mean, I saw an interesting stat on Ewers. I thought, well, gee, maybe this is a time to sneak his rushing total over before people realize that he's one of these college guys who ran the ball a lot. You mentioned that last week with the Jets guy.
Yeah.
And so I looked up his college stats. He played part of, I think, a freshman year, but in the 3 years where he played a lot, guess how many rushing yards Ewers had in his college Texas career?
150.
You're off by 200.
350.
Wrong.
Minus 50.
Minus 59. Minus. Now, granted, in college you get sacked, you lose the yardage.
Right.
But he was playing for Texas.
Right.
Texas quarterbacks don't get sacked that often. But the point is that it doesn't differentiate between how many minus, how many yards he lost getting sacked or what. But I seriously doubt he had more than 100 total positive yards in his college career if he's got minus 159, counting his sacks. And so I thought, okay, I guess we're not taking him on the over. What would they set his rushing total at this game? And I don't care what it is, I wouldn't take the over. But I was very curious to hear, did they put a rushing total on him?
5.5.
Okay. Well, my suggestion, don't be tempted.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening. The key in this game, to me, which could be really interesting, is, all right, you've got this, kind of similar to Indy. You've got this inexperienced quarterback, but a tried and true, tested college guy, played big time college football for 3 years. So you would think that he, is at least somewhat capable. And what do you do when you've got this new quarterback playing for the first time? He's not going to run around and do crazy things like dart or somebody like that. What are you going to do to make it easier? Well, first off, you can try to run the ball, obviously, which they do anyway. But I don't know what happened last week. I can't for the life of me figure out why Likely got no targets last week. It was like, did he even play in that game? I see no indication that he was injured. But Cincinnati, remember, is this team who's been historically bad against tight ends. You've got a young quarterback. What do? Well, you throw the ball short to your tight end. And Waller, when he's been healthy this year, has been really good. Last week, out of nowhere, gets 8 targets, 7 catches, 2 touchdowns. Unless Cincinnati went out when I wasn't looking, and
they're the worst against tight ends.
The 2 best, outside linebackers at pass coverage. I don't see why they don't revert right back to being this team that's terrible against tight ends. So I gotta look at Waller in this game as a potential easy winner.
Waller for a touchdown is at plus 260.
And what about
him.
for yards?
And for receiving yards, 27.5.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean that's way too low. I mean, this is, again, I my only hesitation, and I said this exact same thing last week about Likely, and it didn't work. But then again, probably said the same thing about the two previous tight ends Cincinnati was playing, and was right. I mean, this has been a team really bad. They did throw the ball a little bit to Andrews last week, not a whole lot. I don't know what happened. That whole game was a head scratcher to me. How does that?
Both of those teams started horrible field position. It seemed like to me they're always starting within their own 10 or 15-yard line, or just never able to get things going.
So yeah, well, I agree with you that you got the better quarterback, way the better quarterback on one side of the field here. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know what to make of last week's game. Are they even trying anymore? Because Miami's going to show up, and Miami's going to try to run the ball. And if you're not invested, and you're playing a team that's running the ball a lot, you're not going to have a good day in general, and that could set up, play action for viewers to actually kind of do what Rivers did last week. Just throw for 120 yards, throw the ball to your tight end, throw it to Achane. Don't worry about your wideouts. They're only window dressing. And Miami, because they're trying harder, ends up winning the game. So I don't know. I don't want any part of Cincinnati at this point.
Achane's been money on his receiving yards. Did good on Monday night. He's at 27.5. This is the system play. The Bengals do have 2 less wins than Miami, and they're the favorite on the road here. So I will say that. All right. Moving on. We've touched on most.
There's another similar. I mean, if you trust the Waller thinking, then this one's a bit more of a stretch, but it's interesting based on what's happened this year, and that is in the Jets New Orleans game. The Jets are terrible against the run. I mean, really, really, really bad against the run. Automatic play against them in fantasy, no matter who your running back is. Well, guess what? Neal is out this week. We already know that, their starter, the Saints starter.
It's Rattler is in instead of Shaw.
No, I'm talking about the regular starter.
Kamara.
But Kamara, we already know Kamara's out. We know Neal's out. Now, Neal's been getting a lot of carries. Somebody is going to, or two guys are going to split a lot of carries against a terrible run defense. And last week they put in Estime as a guy who basically caught passes last week. But he's a guy who has NFL experience. The other guy that they're considering is a guy off the practice squad with no NFL experience. I can't imagine, unless it's just one of those things where they're, they've been stashing this guy and kind of like viewers, like we're talking about, they're just waiting for an opportunity to let this guy play. I would think that if that were the case, had been playing more before this, playing even ahead of Neal, who's not really a prospect. So I doubt that guy is going to play much. I mean, I think Estime, who, I would hope would have a very low number based on, anything that he's done so far this year. But the Jets, doesn't matter who you are, the Jets are going to give you running lanes, running yards, and New Orleans, say what you want about them. They're not a good team, but they show up. They'll give an honest effort in a game like this, especially being at home. I'm going to take Estime in this game and expect him to be the surprise performer of the week.
I like it. He's off the board for everything that I see. Let's see. What do we have? Touchdown, maybe. Let's see. Plus 165 for one touchdown and 14-1 for two.
Well, I'm a little surprised that the touchdown total is low, but that's an indication of how bad the Jets have been. It's also an indication that they expect, this guy to play.
Oh, I see Shao listed now instead of Rattler.
You see,
Tyler Shao listed instead of
I
Rattler.
mean, the quarterback.
Yeah, the quarterback. Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you. I'm just
Okay.
around.
I was wondering if you were mentioning this other running back that they're considering, who I don't even know who he is.
No.
But anyway, this was the guy they put in last week. This is the guy that has experience. They may split carries, but against the Jets, you get 13 carries, and the other guy gets 12. Your 13 carries are going to take you somewhere. He's going to go over 50 yards rushing. I'm going to guess his total, even if they expect him to play, is going to be less, 40 or less. I take a shot at a touchdown. I take a shot at two touchdowns. And because two touchdowns, in the touchdown thing, you're going to get his pass receiving too. And clearly he was good enough, to be used in passing downs before. So he's my surprise player of the week.
You know what? I kind of like the Saints in this game, to be honest. Like you said, they've been playing feisty. They've been playing hard. This would be a good win for them to get in front of their home fans against the Jets, who have been, let's be honest, they've been outright terrible.
No.
So 5.5 is going to be too cheap, I think, for me. As you're never going to hear us say Saints in a blowout, but could the Saints blow out the Jets? I think maybe they could.
Well, it comes down to the Jets offense. The Jets are going to have to put up points against a, very average defensive team. But, the Jets, they've scored their fair share of points. But I don't know. I agree with you. If I took a shot at this game, I would think New Orleans would win this game by a touchdown.
Right. Okay. All right. Buffalo, any reason for them to let down at Cleveland?
Well, anytime you play Cleveland, especially on the road, it's not going to be an easy game. I think Buffalo this game is just get Allen in and out of there without getting injured, and I think that's goal number one. But yeah, I don't see Cleveland, with Sanders in there, really taking advantage of Buffalo's weakness, which is defense. So, yeah, I have no real interest in this game, but I think Buffalo should win this game by 10 points.
Yeah, and they're wow, Cook is 87.5. Their defense has not been as good lately against the rush, but that is a big number for Cook against Cleveland. 87.5. Wow.
Well, as I said, I think the goal in this game has to be get Allen out of there healthy.
Yeah.
We don't want him dropping back,
Right.
throwing deep balls and getting knocked out by Garrett. We don't want him running down the field crazily,
Right.
Taking on anybody. Just, hand the ball to Cook and get out of the way. So I can see where they would go to a heavy run attack in this game. But yeah, I respect Cleveland's defense. I don't think it's going to be a real easy win for Buffalo here, but I do think that Cleveland's offense just isn't good enough, to keep up.
27-13. That sounds like a good score. You know what? I'm gonna match my last 2 weeks of thinking all together here. And again, I'm terrible on the Vikings game, but this is going to be all the redemption in the world I need is for them to go against the Giants here. And where I had Washington to have a great game against the Vikings and perhaps beat them down, the opposite happened. I stuck with Washington against the Giants, and not necessarily the beatdown. Giants scored and kind of came back like you said. But Minnesota, I think, probably a little bit better than the Giants here. So 2.5, I think, a cheap number for the Vikings. So if the Vikings can just play the way that they did the last couple of weeks, then they should be able to beat the Giants.
Yeah, the problem here is why would they care?
Yeah,
You know,
right. Jefferson may not. Again, he put him on a disinterested list of people. Maybe.
Oh my goodness, it's amazing. You would have thought that in televised games, high profile games, that he would show up. He hasn't. Why would he show up this week? And they got Detroit and Green Bay the last 2 weeks at home, a chance to go out on a positive note, maybe knock one of them out of the playoff race. Who knows? I mean, I can see them potentially showing up for those 2 games, which makes this week even less likely that they're going to care. And so, not that I'm suggesting the Giants in any way, shape, or form here, but I just think that, faster I can run from this game, the better.
Run for the hills. Gotcha.
I mean, we've talked a lot about a lot of different guys here. There's really no reason to get involved with somebody in the Buffalo-Cleveland game or in the Minnesota-Giants game. I mean, we were already, taking a stab in the dark with guys like Estime, Nick Chubb or whatever. So, let's not press our line.
It's a hard week a little bit, and it kind of.
Well,
maybe it's best to stick with the teams here. The teams and the totals might be the way to go.
That's the thing. I mean, I think there's I think there are more really good plays this week than normal, just because there's, you don't necessarily have 2 teams that are going to be trying. It's kind of like the preseason. If you know which team is going to play harder than the other, you got a real good shot. And I think that we've kind of reached that stage in the season where, very easy to predict that the Chargers will play harder than Dallas. Definitely easier to predict that Tennessee will play harder than Kansas City. And so, when you get a situation like that, okay, yes, I'll take advantage of that. I know how to do that. So, but then when you get a Minnesota and the Giants and you really no reason for either team to show up, then that's the one where you got to say, you know what, no thanks.
All right, 2 perhaps decent games we haven't talked about, and that'll be it. Lions and the Steelers. Can our Lions rebound and beat a Steelers team who seems to be somewhat hot right now at this point? They won nice the other night. You know what I like about the Steelers, too, is that they're unpredictable in the way that they are scoring. I mean, they use any number of guys like that. Connor Hayward sneak. You got Warren. You got the other guy, Gainwell as well, who Aaron Rodgers says he's going to get a big contract for. You got Metcalf. You got Freiermuth. So I feel like they're evolving a little bit on offense. And then our Lions just, they're good. They're just not as good as some of these other good teams. But they got Gibbs. Maybe he can break off again and have a Gibbs game for us. But this is an interesting matchup, Steelers and Lions. So what are you thinking on this one?
Well, you know me. I mean, I remain a big Lions guy.
Lions at home is better for sure than Lions away.
They're going to figure out a way to get into the playoffs, and they're going to be a 50-50 shot in any game they play in the playoffs. Even that the game against the Rams. I mean, they didn't win that game, but I thought they were very competitive.
Yeah, they were.
And I thought that was a good showing because the Rams are the best team, or certainly one of the best teams in the conference. So I think they're a way better team than the Steelers. Now they're just weak enough defensively, like you said. The Steelers, nobody plays smarter seemingly than the Steelers. They find your weakness and they take advantage one way or the other. Of course, they can always go to Metcalf. Rodgers, say what you want about him at his age, still gets the job done. Probably makes the right decision for a quarterback more than anybody else in the league. He's not physically capable of taking advantage a lot of times of that. But with Metcalf, he corrects a lot of your mistakes. You just throw him the ball enough and he'll come down with it. I think Metcalf should have a really big game against the Lions, who have been terrible against the pass, especially lately. But the Lions don't seem to care. They'll just faster the other team scores, the faster the Lions score. I think this is another game that should be very high scoring. And I just think the Lions, you can't keep, the Steelers won't keep up with them. So I think that this is a game two ex-Cal quarterbacks going head to head here.
Interesting. Yep.
And I think that both. I think that Goff will get 2 touchdown passes in this game easily. I think Rodgers, they can run the ball in against a weaker defense probably more easily than the Lions are going to run the ball in. But I think that Rodgers will get his 2 TDs. Metcalf always gets one, and like you said, Freiermuth. Rodgers seems to really like him. I take both quarterbacks over the 1.5 TDs in this game, and I think that whereas it's a little harder to predict on Detroit's side now that Jameson Williams has become a big factor there, it's certainly taken away from Gibbs, and takes away from St. Brown even a little. It's like, well, I can see all 3 of them having good games, but which one? On Pittsburgh's side, it's going to be Metcalf, who's going to be their most likely guy to score a touchdown or 2. So give me both quarterbacks over the 1.5 in this game, and definitely give me Metcalf for a TD or 2.
Rodgers is even money. Goff is over 1.5 minus 215. Metcalf for a touchdown is at, let's see here. He should be closer to the top. Plus 160. And for 2, he is at 12-1. That's not the worst for 2.
Wow. I think that's a nice greedy ticket play. 2 TDs in a game like this for your most likely guy to score a touchdown. Wow, that's a very high price.
Who are your 2 touchdown scorers? Metcalf, Estime. Do you want to put him on that list?
Oh boy, that you're breaking the bank there.
Chubb.
I think Pollard. Yeah, I mean
Pollard?
Chubb. Oh well, Chubb. No, Chubb. We're just playing him in the
first half, right? Yeah.
I think Pollard. I think you would put on that list. I think Evans has a chance to be that guy. Let's see. I think Bijan can be that guy as well.
Bijan, yep. And then we can.
To me, those are the.
That'd be a nice 4-way ticket. Yeah, that'd be a nice 4-way player.
You want to take a
stab through Waller.
You want to really get greedy and go with someone like Waller. Go with someone like Estime. Go with someone like Dowdle. They would all be on my list somewhere. Those would be my 3 longer shot 2 TD guys.
All right. All right. How about the Patriots? Do they rebound here? They got another tough opponent on the road. Ravens have to have it here. This could be the little stretch here where you see the chink in the armor of the Patriots, right?
Well, I think they're good enough to hang in there in this game. That had to be, in some ways disappointing last week, but at the same time, I think not discouraging. I mean, you expect Buffalo to win that kind of a game,
right?
And yet New England held the upper hand for much of that game, let it slip away, and just when it looked like it was lost, came right back and scored, which could have been the winning touchdown. And then, of course, gave up, the late score. So, I think there are 2 different things that happened in that game where I think New England walks away thinking, you know what, we're pretty good. Yeah, we didn't get Buffalo this time, but give us another shot at them, and we'll get them next time. And if you can get Buffalo, you can get pretty much anybody in the AFC. So I think they walk into this game confident. Problem is Baltimore. I don't know if it's
We're waiting for their big game for it to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Baltimore rolling now, or are they kind of like the 49ers, and they've just kind of taken advantage of a couple things in the schedule, and now they are, they're back up at the level where they haven't done well this year. I think this is I don't see this being a real high scoring game or really entertaining, but I do see it being a real competitive game that I think is a field goal game either way, and that it wouldn't surprise me if New England won. They're certainly having the better season.
Yeah, you almost expect Baltimore to come out with this dominant performance, and I mean, I guess 27-0's dominant, but they're not clicking on all cylinders. That's obvious. So, that would be
this
tough
is a game where I wouldn't want to, decide after having a big afternoon, what we call afternoon, Sunday afternoon in the West, and decide that let's go double or nothing on the nightcap,
right.
Because that's take your money, take your chips, and head to the cashier's window, cash them out, and just enjoy that night game. Which, as I said, I think will be a competitive game. We'll learn a little something about New England in this game. Probably learn something about Baltimore as well. I think the winner of this game, will stamp itself as, oh boy, you don't want to see us in the playoffs. We're better than you think. You wrote us off, Baltimore, but we're just fine. Or New England, you know what? You guys didn't think we were any good because we couldn't beat Buffalo, which we almost did. Well, look at us now. We just won at Baltimore. So I think both these teams have a lot to gain by winning. And I think that, the AFC is wide open. There's no Kansas City this year. So, who knows? I mean, when you're talking about New England and Denver and Jacksonville, being three of the top teams, man, you just get in there as number 7, and you've got a shot. So, it's you want to be. You just want to be in there. You just want to be respected, and I think this game's for that kind of respect. Winner of this game certainly has to be respected in the AFC playoffs.
The Patriots were a little bit of a letdown there in the run, well, just defensively overall with Superman on the other side, but they were getting run on as well. So maybe not the worst angle would be Derrick Henry for 2, Travion Henderson for 2. That pays 38-1.
Well, like I said, I'd cash out.
Sit and watch and enjoy it. All right, give me your four or five best plays of everything that we talked about. Chubb, first half touchdown. Is it
okay? Let's go down game by game here, and I would say that Pollard. I think you could play any of 4 different ways. The one touchdown, at a plus price is nice. 2 touchdowns at $9.50, real nice price.
We'll just put that on the greedy ticket. Yep.
So anyway, so he's got to be somewhere in there. I would say multiple times.
Yep.
I think Waller is a steal at 27.5 receiving yards. I'd even work him into the a greedy ticket at a plus 260 for a TD. I think Estime, as one TD at plus 165 is a nice play. 2 TDs at 14-1. Good greedy ticket guy. Evans, for 1 TD at plus 175, that might be the best individual play of the day. 13-1 on 2 TDs. That belongs on the greedy ticket. I think Dowdle is a guy. We didn't get a price on him scoring a touchdown, but if Carolina, he's most likely Carolina guy to score. I would take him
plus 125. plus
Yeah,
125.
I mean that's on a non greedy ticket. Then we got in the afternoon we got some. We got Lawrence and Nix at -1.5 touchdowns apiece. I think are very solid plays. I mean, there's a lot of receivers there, but why sort among them when you can just stick with the quarterbacks? I think that Bijan Robinson, you could use him any different ways, but I think that he will definitely get a touchdown, maybe 2 in the Arizona game. I think that Metcalf is a very solid play at 160 for a TD and a greedy ticket at plus 1,200. I think that Chubb definitely you want on the non-greedy ticket, even though it's a nice price, plus 320 for a first half TD. So I know I mentioned more probably there than you wanted to hear, but there's some that stand out on a non-greedy ticket, and you got to have Evans and you got to have Metcalf on your non-greedy ticket, and then they're your anchors, and then Waller definitely his receiving yards definitely on your non-greedy ticket, and Pollard on your non-greedy ticket for a touchdown. Heck, you got Bijan too.
Yeah. Well, let's just throw it all together.
You got the quarterbacks. You got Lawrence. You got Nix. I mean, you got a lot of stuff. You got some greedy stuff. You got some non-greedy stuff. This is I throw it all out there, and you cook the cake.
Well, I think we just throw a haymaker because what we got is $10 to win, $9,882. If Mike Evans scores, Rico Dowdle scores, Nix and Lawrence over 1.5 touchdowns each, Pollard scores, Waller for 30. I did that. Estime for a score, DK for a score, Bijan Robinson for a score. I didn't even throw Chubb in there. Let's just throw Chubb on for the icing on the cake here. Because why not? We only have 3 weeks left. Let's just throw it all out. Throw it all out there. That's why I keep getting confused with this Houston game because it's a late game. All right. First half scorer. See, almost in this bet, I would almost want to take Chubb just for the game instead of the first half. Because I'd hate the first half to kill this ticket. But the first half is the payday.
I would take Chubb. I'd put him on a second ticket. I'd take Estime because he's your biggest question mark. We don't know how much he's going to play. I'd put him on the second ticket as well. And then you could start mixing in some of these, the more greedy ticket, even guys you mentioned a minute ago, now throw them onto the second ticket as 2 touchdown guys or what have you. To me, the non-greedy ticket, I would keep it. If it were me, I would just say, all right, look, Waller's going to get his yards. Evans is going to get his TD, and Metcalf is going to get his TD. I'll just play those 3 things, and that I'll win that ticket at whatever that's going to be, 7-1. And then that'll finance the whole rest of the day. Then start mixing in, the quarterbacks and the halftime guguys and the
right.
Some of these other guys. Even if you wanted to throw Dowdle, even on that first ticket, if you weren't happy with just the 3 guys, Dowdle, Evans, Waller, and Metcalf on that first ticket. So now you got to be talking about at least 10-1, maybe 15-1. Like I said, it'll allows you to play a lot of, take a lot. Now you can go after the big money with the 2 TD guys and these other surprise guys.
All right. If you go 10-0 on your picks, $10 would you $41,000. That's
So
not
tell
not
me-
even with 2
so now,
touchdowns. That's just one.
if you
touchdown.
got Waller, over his yards,
Yep.
and you have Evans for a TD, and you have Metcalf for a TD, and you have Dowdle for a TD. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had a
Just
quick.
those four.
All right, repeat one more time.
Waller over his yards,
Okay.
Evans TD,
All right.
Metcalf TD,
All right.
Dowdle TD.
All right. Stand by.
Yeah, those four.
Evans, Dowdle,
Metcalf.
Metcalf,
And Waller over his yards.
and Waller over his yards, and no Pollard. Right. All right. So, 32-1.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Easy enough.
Yeah, that's those are four very strong things. Yeah, like you said, we didn't even throw Pollard on that. But we got a lot of other places where you could use Pollard.
Yeah.
For
We'll play
TD,
around with
two
that.
TDs and he can anchor some of these other. We want to get Chubb involved, and we want to get Bijan, and we want to get Lawrence and Nix and Estime. Got a lot of other things, and then of course you've got all of your, your own
Nonsense.
opinion.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. Plenty of those.
Yeah. So anyway,
Too many of those, unfortunately. All right. Give me a quick fantasy update for you
Well,
and your son, maybe.
yeah, my team was eliminated last week. I told you about my playoff starting a week early.
Yeah, you were in a
where I
hole
didn't
from the
have
get-go. Yeah.
McCaffrey or Dowdle or McMillan playing in week 14 because they're on a bye. Dug me a big hole. Basically played the guy even last week, but it wasn't good enough. So he advances. I drop into the third place game. My son's team, interestingly, so he gets in at number 4. He plays the number 1 seed. The score after the first week is it's separated by 0.3 of a point. It's actually the difference between, and he's ahead. Not that it really matters, but the difference between him being ahead by 0.3 and being behind by 0.3 comes down to how can I forget his name? My favorite player, the Dallas kicker,
Aubrey. Yeah.
Aubrey's run. Did you see Aubrey's run in the Rams?
No, I fell asleep.
They snap it to the holder. He flips the ball over his head
Right.
to Aubrey running around the right end. He actually had a
I
tight end.
do
down
remember
the
that.
field.
I do remember
Right.
that.
And he could have, I don't even know if he can throw. But I don't have to play with design for him to throw because he could have, but he decided to run it because they only needed 3 yards for a first down, I think, and he gained 6. So anyway, so he gets 0.6 of a point for the run. That's the difference between being ahead or being behind. And so, he's playing the first place team. I'm not all that impressed with the other team. But he has some tough decisions to make because he's got 6 receivers, a bunch of them that we've talked about, including, I think it's bad news that Harrison's coming back because he's got Taylor, Wilson, as, one of his receivers. Wilson always does better when Harrison's not in there. He's got Franklin, who we can put in there. He's got Moore, who we could put in there. Meanwhile, he's got Watson. Obviously he's going to take him out. But he's got Egbuke as well, who hasn't been doing well lately. Then he's got Jameson Williams, who, the only one guy who's for sure going to be in there. And so, it's a tough call. I mean, I think, he's obviously going to sit Watson. He's going to sit probably Egbuke. When Evans is in there, Egbuke doesn't do as well. But, who does he play? Does he play one guy, or does he play two guys, two other receivers, among Franklin, Moore, two guys that have got good matchups, but I don't know that they can be trusted at this point. And I would say for sure he's going to play Wilson. I mean, I don't care that, Harris is in there. It's just that it's too bad. So I think Wilson's going to play. Question is whether he goes to a third guy. And then what's interesting is, you got a guy like Chubb and you got a guy like Estime who are both available on waivers.
Yeah.
Do you pick one of them up and really roll the dice, or do you go to, do you put Moore in there or put Franklin in there just because they've been on the roster? So anyway, it's you guys, decisions to make. Taylor has been his star all year, but Taylor is not doing as well lately. So he needs to have a nice game. So it's, hey, he's in the fight, and he made the finals last year, the first year that he ever played, and now this year he's ahead at halftime against the top seed. So he's done well.
All right, we'll see what the twists and turns of week 16 bring us, Dave. Have fun.
Yes.
Good luck.
A lot of fun stuff. Yeah, good game.
All right.
You too.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls.
This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shonen Knife. Never feel how I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
This is not mine.
The docile sounds of the Pie Tasters bring us back. We're 9:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on this December the 21st, 2025. I am Stephen Murray.
Each time I said all night, no, I just might.
This is the Round Robin,
You make me say all night.
and we are live
The side of you
on the
tonight
Deep End
that makes me
Broadcasting
say all
Network.
night. I'm gonna stay it all.
Our house band, the Pie Tasters.
R.I.P. Todd.
Fun fact, that was actually live in studio. That was played or actually recorded Pie Tasters live before one of their concerts. They stopped by the studio here in Virginia Beach, and they are generous enough to give us the rights to all of their music here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Okay, let's go ahead and do the art of making tickets. Nephew Dave will be in here in a bit. And I think the subject of today, and we had a close one last week. I don't know if you tailed our quarterback art of making the tickets last week with the rushing yards, but we came up with 6. I think actually maybe 4 or 5 with you guys. I added a 6th to that list. Man, 2 of them checked the box. I think one guy flubbed, but there are 2 other ones that were within just a couple of yards of getting their prop on the alt line. And we were looking at a big payday. So just add that to the list of near misses that are just plentiful. I mean, we've had some good medium, smallish cash outs. The Ant-Man's done very well in that regard. And then we are just off on these bigger ones. It's almost like you could smell it. It's almost disappointing after you don't come away with it. You know, you kind of lie in bed Monday morning and you're like, I was this close, literally this close to, $8,000 or $9,000 or whatever the case may be. So we just need to get over that hump. And usually when we're close like this is when we go ahead and hit a big one. So let's hope for that. There would be perfect timing right here on this Sunday before Christmas. So confidence high, thinking optimistic. Let's go through the art of making tickets. I have up on the screen, and the graphic might hide it a little bit. We'll talk about the bottom team first. If you're driving, don't worry about looking at the screen. Just listen. I'll read through the ticket. If you're listening on your phone, maybe give a quick screenshot. Or if you're, reading the newspaper, go ahead and put that aside for a minute. Maybe take a look at this. And this is all stuff with an alt line, with teams and their totals. And this is a 6-team round robin that I went ahead and played yesterday. These are my slanted lines, maybe at their best of what we'll go for. And we'll kind of recap it. A lot of this is what Del Grande kind of talked about as well. And what we'll do is we'll build a prop ticket in a minute with everything that we just talked about with Del Grande. So we'll put it together an actual prop ticket with some of the stuff that we talked about, like the Pollard rushing yards at 55.5. We're going to have to bump that up something significant. So we know that will be like number 1 on the list. We'll go ahead and try to find 3 or 4 other ones to put with it through this early window. Give us some excitement. Another good way to do it too is leave one thing for like the 4 o'clock window, maybe, or even 2, because if you check a box or even 2 boxes in the 1 o'clock Eastern window and you don't get your 3rd, you still are alive for a 4 o'clock ticket, knowing you just need maybe one thing to happen, maybe 2 things. If you kind of got slighted a little bit in the earlier window. So the ticket on the screen now, we'll just go ahead and discuss it. I'm going to leave it up there too. We talked about how we like the Chargers today, thinking the wrong team is favored. The line actually moved that way towards the Chargers. And I mean, how interested are the Cowboys going to be today, coming off a Philadelphia division winning night on a Saturday? Now, they're professionals, so they're going to go out there and do their job. But we mentioned how it almost seems like Pickens goes through the motions. What kind of defensive effort are we going to get from Dallas? It's not like the Chargers are a bad team. I mean, they have defense. They have good skill positions, above average everywhere. I think it's a Keenan Allen incentive day as well. Dave knows more about that. He's been sending me this incentive stuff all week. So Keenan Allen just needs a few things to happen for him for a big bonus. And you know that Justin Herbert is just quite capable of being great. And we think of the Chargers initially going into the season as this team that's going to want to run the ball. That's what Harbaugh does. He bludgeons you on the offensive line, outstrengths you, just out physicals you on the line, and that's how you'd advance the ball. But you just can't deny just how good Justin Herbert is, and the fact that you have all these good guys in the skill position. So you can't just brush it aside to hand the ball off on first and second down, and then convert a third down. I mean, when it calls for it, you got to let Justin Herbert let it rip. And against the Dallas defense that has basically been a sieve for the most part of the season, I mean, what else would you maybe not want? Good conditions, you're indoors, and we know how the Chargers struggle a little bit at the early window, at least until that win against the Chiefs. But even then, they came out sluggish. So this is a good opportunity for the Chargers to kind of put their foot down, show that they're a dominant team. Dallas, a team that doesn't have anything to play for. Again, I mean, I think we think the Chargers win anyway. We're confident with that. Just how much can they win by? Del Grande says they can win by double digits. I do too. And we're getting paid plus 420 for the Chargers to win by 9.5. So that's a 10-point win. And I know you're out there like, 10 points, that's a lot. It's just one score, guys. When you look at these alt lines, you have to have that mentality as a professional that, this team can beat this team by one score, but if they can beat them by one score, then they can beat them by two scores. So minus 9.5, that gives you room for a touchdown and a extra point and a field goal. If you want to go to minus 8.5, in case you have some 2-point nonsense, then by all means, thumb it down a little bit. But I'm trying to be actual conservative here with the Chargers at minus 9.5, knowing that even on another ticket, I'll probably have them played at minus 12.5. And in the first half, alt line as well, minus 9.5. Hey, if you want some early fun action, apply all this stuff to the first half as well. Because a lot of times things do go your way, and you are sitting pretty in the catbird seat, and then next thing you know, it falls apart at the end. So some of this stuff, you might as well just go ahead and play in the first half. Because if you're right on your theory, then you're most likely going to be right in the first half as well in terms of these alternate numbers. So the Chargers at minus 9.5 becomes an attractive play over the Cowboys today. The next one is the Buccaneers to get over 34.5 team points. And we're getting paid plus 560 for that. Wow, that's such a big number for the Buccaneers just to get 5 touchdowns. And as Del Grande says, it's an embarrassment of riches. I mean, the players, Godwin, Evans, you got Igbuka, you got this kid Tez Johnson who can still do something for you, a speedster. You got the tight ends working, especially the backups have been working because Cade Otton's been out. But now you have Cade Otton back. And then you have Bucky. And then you have Burton. And then you have White. 3 capable running backs. They can all catch the ball. And then you have Baker Mayfield himself, who has a chip on his shoulder. So to think that the Tampa Bay offense is going to get slowed down when this is probably their strongest that they've been all season. And we know Carolina's good, and they're going to be feisty for sure. But I don't know how you just contain these I mean, you got Evans as a superstar per se. Let's stand by.
The neighbor's spot.
What's that?
In the driveway, they weren't there.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right. So the Buccaneers to get 35 points, I think at plus 560 becomes attractive. That was nephew Dave poking in the studio. I told him he can have some company breakfast before he comes in. The other way we're going to play this uniquely on this ticket, because you might notice we had the Buccaneers over 34.5, and we have them also at minus 12.5. So we can scoop both sides here. And let's just pretend like the Buccaneers land at 32. Well, now, 32-17 wins you this bet still. Not the full throttle, but you're playing this extra leg, and it's going to pay extra dividends in a big way. It's not the super jackpot, but it's kind of like the minor jackpot, and no one's going to complain if just one of these plays hits. And you do this on the premise that you're going to hit one of these two. You know, maybe the Buccaneers get 35 points, but Carolina could get 31 points. You know, you get your points, but you don't cover. This is the opposite thing. Now we're covering in case we don't get our points. And there's a chance that we get our points and we cover. And that's when this thing, ticket zooms out of control for our good. Now, plus 340 is the line for the Buccaneers, minus 12.5. Never a bad strategy in one of these round robins to have two things from the same game. We're going to take Tennessee minus 9.5. Well, I think they can win by more. I have them at minus 12.5 and another ticket. And by all means, take this in the first half as well. This is their Super Bowl, the Chiefs, a team who's down on their luck. They're not playing several players today. They might not show up at all. You almost have a preseason feel about this. And Tennessee's been competing. They're a team that's trying to get better. They don't want to lose out. They have their quarterback, so there's no sense in trying to tank for a quarterback in the draft, in which we don't even know if there is a good top-tier quarterback to draft, to be honest. It's kind of a bunch of above-average guys, and you know, you might not even get a quarterback drafted in the first 5 picks or so of the NFL draft. So no draft pick concerns for Tennessee, which really they just want to get better and better. And they are on the outside with those receivers. A.O. Manor, who's been good all year, and now DK is showing up. Dyke, as you've heard us call him on this show. And then, because we didn't know his name, you know, Dike is how it's spelled. And then Pollard has been fantastic. And the quarterback is trending the right way. So we just like Tennessee. This is their Super Bowl. A Chiefs team that just, again, seems like they might be a little disinterested after being bounced last week. And you know what? They get a couple blows against the face early on. Tennessee might jump out to a couple of score lead. And then maybe you just hope that they don't turn their backs after that. Don Grandy loves the Pollard angle. Again, we'll do an art of making the tickets, and we'll build one in a few minutes. The other one is we're taking a chance. I feel like this is a dart. And this definitely may not happen, but let's try the Saints to score 31 points. All right, against the Jets team, who is bad. They gave up 48 last week. Did they give up 4 in the 50s? I lost track of how much Jacksonville scored last week. But the Jets can't give up a ton of points. And again, a team who's just trying to get better. You almost put them in the mold of Tennessee that we just talked about. Not a team that's going to necessarily pack it in at the end of the day. Where the Jets, I don't know, first-year coach. I mean, they're on their third-string quarterback. They might want a quarterback pick. So they have it in the tank a little bit. And maybe that's why you're seeing if this kid Brady Cook can do anything. Now, I almost like the Saints to score in the same regard that we talked about Tampa Bay and taking their team total over as well. We don't want to do multiple same game legs on the ticket. Only one game. You should take 2 things. Because if we were to add like the Saints minus 12.5 here and take the Saints over 30.5, now we're putting too much money down here. We're just turning the multiple outcomes of these combinations into the thousands if they're not there already. You can do the math. If you put all these plays in and click on round robin, I mean, if you put $1 down here, I think we're talking, this is, if you put $1 down, it's like a $25 ticket with all 6 of these. But if you put a couple bucks down, then it's going to be more. I think I did $1.50 a ticket is what it is. So decent payouts. If we get 3 of the 4, if any of these 3 hit, we're going to get paid out. That's the premise too. Can't have Tampa Bay points and the spread in the same 3. Those need to be independent of themselves. But added number of tickets because we have them separate. Just know that, basically these are two different plays. It's a little confusing. Just follow along, plug in the numbers on the round robin, do something affordable. If you want to do 25 cents, this is going to end up being like a $10 bet, not even, I think, $8 bet or something like that. But a good payout, I think of a couple $100 anyway, if you put $1.50 down. But we'll just trust the Saints maybe to get 31 points as a team that's motivated. They're at home. That helps things. And, maybe they can just have a good day against the Jets. I don't think they let off the gas late either. I think they keep playing the full 60 minutes. Minnesota is minus 12.5 on the all line, plus 390 at the Giants. And this is more of a fade of the Giants. I've said this on the show, and if you've been listening, Minnesota's been my worst team to predict by far. So here we go again. Maybe we'll get this one right. And this is almost on the premise of the last 2 weeks where I liked Washington over the Vikings big time, and the Vikings killed Washington. I stuck with my guns with Washington to cover an alt line against the Giants, and they won by 10 or whatever the case was. They had the alt line covered, a good size alt line, and they let the Giants backdoor it. But in theory, I was correct about Washington bouncing back against the Giants. And now this is the common opponent type of dealio here with the Vikings playing the Giants now. So the Commanders can beat the Giants in New York, then I think the Vikings definitely can. It'd be interesting to see if Jefferson can get off today. I know we want to give up on him. Everyone's giving up on him in the day that he strikes against the Giants, though, right? So just taking a chance that the Vikings are kind of clicking from the momentum of their last couple of weeks here against a team that doesn't have a coach, that has nothing to play for. They're going to get a high draft pick, but they have their quarterback. So quarterback's not going to be a stress for them. And the Vikings minus 12.5, we'll just take a shot with that. So that's the ticket on screen right now. And that's kind of an explanation of where we're going to go. I mean, in essence, I just gave you my best bets of the day for the 1 o'clock window. We're going to go through all this with Nephew Dave and talk about it a little more as well. All right, let's see here. So the Vikings are the bottom team on that graphic. And now let's go ahead and pop in an art of making the tickets. And let's go ahead and click on some fresh lines here. I'm going to have to do this on my phone as well. So, and Dave Delgrande has a ridiculous one. If you play all his stuff together that we talked about on the show earlier, rewind to the probably, let's say, 2-hour mark and maybe listen from there. And that should give you the 10 plays for $41,000 of Dave Delgrande's touchdown scorers and props that we mentioned earlier on the show. Okay. So let's start with the Pollard rushing yards. He's going to get a ton of opportunities today, and he's going against the Chiefs team who, quite frankly, has called it quits. So we get plus 320 at 90 yards, plus 225 at 80 yards, and we get at 100 yards plus 490. So let's just take Pollard to be a 100-yard rusher today and hope for the best. And let me get rid of this other stuff on my phone here. And he'll be prop number 1. He's going to get his baseline's 55.5. Delgrande just thinks that's way too low, and one of the best plays on the board. So we'll throw Pollard in for 100 yards rushing. Now let's see, what else do I have noted here from him? Any number of things or directions we could go in that Jacksonville Denver game because there's a lot to like there. Kirk Cousins, as we said, he's been good. And I feel like we liked more team and totals and stuff like that than we did necessarily players' yards. Let's see. I got Achane and Waller listed here. I just don't want to trust Waller for a lot of yards again with Ewers. I just can't go that route. Estime for the Saints is an interesting one. Let's take a look at his numbers. Since we mentioned Aldrick Estime, former Bronco, is now on the Saints. That should get a decent amount of carries today. He's at 37.5. So that'd be a good one to pop up here to put with Pollard. Let's see. Aldrick Estime today for 70 yards is plus 320. 80 yards is plus 430. 90 yards is plus 580. 100 yards is at plus 750. I mean, do we want to really get ballsy and go 100 yards at plus 750? The plus 430 number is just a weird one to me. It's almost like a number 13. It's like I tried to avoid it, so I always kind of look around it. Let's go conservative. Let's take Estime at 70 yards for plus 320. How about that? Because I don't think that's going to be too much to achieve today, and he's going to be a player completely under the radar. So much to the point where I almost feel like I'm stupid and not actually bumping him up more. But for the trust factor alone and the fact that it is the Saints, and we talk about the ineptitude scale off the charts, you never know what you could get from these two teams at the end of the day. So let's go Estime for 70 yards. Maybe he just at least breaks one long one and gets that over with quickly. Let's see. Other players we got mentioned. Gibbs, Metcalf. Coker's an interesting one for the Panthers in what could be a shootout. Let's take a look at his number. He scored touchdowns here in the last 3 games, I believe, for Jalen Coker. And the Bucs, as Del Grande said, aren't exactly the best on defense. And that's what's scary. All the more reason on that one ticket to take the Bucs on the alt line and then their team total points in that same parlay is the fact that their defense, even though I like the Bucs to win big, their defense could, like Carolina, score a lot too, and they could still win in big fashion by putting a lot of points on the board and not covering the spread. All right, so Coker, I'm trying not to jump through the roof with him. 70 yards is plus 360. 80 yards is plus 540. 90 yards is 8-1. 100 yards is 11-1. 110 yards is 14-1. Let's try 80 yards, right? I mean, this is a interesting payout so far with the 3 of these. Let's see what we got on this art of making the tickets segment. We'll do Survivor Pool in a minute. Get Nephew Dave in here. Let's see. I'm on the Saints game still. Trying to find this Carolina game. 3 games in the books. You would think this would go a little bit faster, maybe. We can spend 5 hours talking about 2 games, is the truth. All right. Coker for 80 yards today. The 60 looks appealing at plus 290. All right, 80 yards is at plus 540. So the 3 of these guys today, just on a $2 bet, pays $315. I'll go ahead and lock that in. Let's see. Okay. Location issues. Surprise, surprise on the phone. You're good to go now. All right, and then we're going to keep building on this for a round robin. Now, those are 3 of Del Grande's better plays. Let's see. Any other player I feel like I don't want to miss in which he mentioned? Chubb's an interesting one because he's the only running back for the Texans. Let's take a look at Chubb's numbers. And, I mean, is he – you got to figure he's rested. I mean, they haven't beaten him down all season, the old man. And maybe with that knee getting a little bit better, maybe this is the day he could have a nice rushing day. I'll tell you what, all these players are under the radar. That's for sure. Chubb's rushing number today is off the board right now. We'll have to revisit that as we go through the show. I bet Nephew Dave could really find a number. But for the sake of this ticket, and trying to build it. Let's see here. Any player that sticks out to me, I'd like Jamar Chase today, to be honest. Let's take a look at his numbers. Maybe that's what we do is we mix this in with a couple of superstars, because I think in 80-degree weather, with the system play intact here, which is the team with the worst record is the favorite at the team with the better record. Miami now eliminated as well, going to their third-string quarterback against Joe Burrow. I mean, you got to go with Burrow, and what's he going to do? He's going to throw it to Chase. I do see T. Higgins listed as well. I'm going to be reluctant to jump on that one, just for the fact that we saw Jacobs go out last night, which pinched me. You know, I knew he was injured, but if he was going to be a go, I'll put him on my 2-touchdown ticket. Sure enough, they pulled him halfway through the game, and he became irrelevant. And that was just a waste of money at the end of the day. So I can't do that with T. Higgins coming off concussion protocol today. So Jamar Chase, for him to get a ton of yards is what's going to have to happen for this ticket to succeed on the art of making tickets. And let's just shoot for the roof here. Because the thing is he can do this. It's almost not a sweat. At 150 yards, he's 7-1. At 125, he's plus 330. Man, I want to take a shot at 7-1 just because I think it's a huge day for him. But we need a win as well. So what do we do here? Well, you can do both things. You can put one. You can do like I said earlier on the round robin of the Tampa Bay game where we took their team points and their spread. Well, you know what? Let's do one ticket for Chase, Jamar Chase to get 125 yards, and we'll do the second ticket for him to get 150 yards, and we'll combo that with everything else. It's kind of like the mini popcorn parlay, kind of in art of making the tickets kind of sense, in which we'll win the one ticket if we get to the 1 mile post of 125, and then we just need a little bit more to get to the 150, and we'll try to root it home from there. Okay, so we have plenty of guys here. Do we want to find one more? Nephew Dave has all the incentive stuff, but let's take a look at someone like Shakir and what his yards might be today. Because he is incentive prone. For Shakir to get 70 yards is plus 400 today. Is that someone we really want to throw on this ticket? Coleman's been burning me. Shakir has definitely been the better option. Ty Johnson is pretty good for his payouts in the receiving game. Let's see here. We'll come back to that. Let's try to find one last one here. We have our Titan. We have our Panther. How about a Viking? We mentioned Jefferson. I did it for a reason, right? Jefferson for 100 yards is plus 520 today. Let's just bite the bullet and do it. All right, so we'll get rid of all right, we didn't put him in there. Okay. The art of making the tickets is as follows. Jot down these players or be ready to rewind to this point of time of the show. Let's go through the list. Tony Pollard, 100 yards plus 490. Aldrick Estime, 70 yards rushing plus 320. Jalen Coker, 80 yards receiving plus 540. We're going to take Jamar Chase twice for 125 and 150, paying plus 330 and 7-1 respectively. And then we're going to throw Justin Jefferson in there at plus 520. All right, we're going to do all this for do you want to do it for $1 each? Let's see. That's going to be a decent payout. $27 pays out $16,773. I think I want to dumb this down a little bit. Let's go 70 cents. Let's see where we stand. Let's avoid this is a good lesson too, and I'll talk to Anthony about this because he's been doing this a little bit. try to stay out of the tax zone. Not saying that you're not going to get taxed if you get a big hit, but know when you get to 10,000 winnings or more, they're going to take a big chunk of your money out. So you either want your number to fall right below 10,000 as the payout, or you want that thing to go well past 10,000. Either or. You know what I'm saying? If they take out money because you won, that's fine. It's going to have to come out at some point anyway, or be being accounted for. But if you can still get paid out 9,500 and not have to worry about that at the moment, and that's what you want, then there you go. I can't say it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario, but it makes sense in that regard. Let's see here. So let's try to dumb this down just a little bit. As I'm manipulating some numbers real quick on my phone here. Yeah, this looks good. $17.70 to win $9,893. All right, we have three for the 3-game parlays. We have 16 different legs at 70 cents each. We have 9 different 4-game parlays at 60 cents a piece. And we have 2 5-game parlays at 55 cents a piece. That's 27 total bets for $17.70. A payout of $9,893. All right. That is the art of making tickets. Again, real quick, Pollard for 100 rush, Estime for 70 rush, then all receiving yards, Coker for 80, Jalen Coker for the Panthers, Justin Jefferson for 100, and then we're going to check the box twice with Jamar Chase, 125 and 150. Bet made. That could be maybe all my props for the 1 o'clock since I like these teams so much. Okay, so let's go ahead and pipe in Nephew Dave. We'll get him here as I get his mic up as well. Good morning, Nephew Dave.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm doing all right.
I mean, it's a little bit of a rough weekend for you, Dave.
Yeah, it's been a rough weekend trying to not think about that too much. Yep, Oklahoma goes down in the playoffs. Very disappointing there. Caps take a beating yesterday as well.
They're on at 1 o'clock today, right?
They are.
All right. We got a TV for them.
Excellent. And then, the Skins lost, which I knew was going to happen. That really doesn't bother me all that much at this point. So yeah, Steve, it's
Oklahoma being the big one for you, maybe.
Yeah, Oklahoma being the big one. Super disappointing, but
that's where you went to high school, right? You went to high school in Oklahoma. Is that true?
Yeah. I did some here and then some there.
And we're sending footage of somehow the Sooner when it comes out before the game and runs around. The Sooner is that horse and buggy thing. It tends to wreck a lot. Hey, we've seen this before. Actually, yes, we have, but this is a different tape that just keeps happening with that Sooner reckoning. I think it was okay yesterday, but look up the YouTube with Gus Johnson doing the play-by-play, and he gives it a funny little twist. All right, Dave, your reaction to my art of making the tickets there. You heard some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. I think we're kind of getting to that point in the season anyway, Steve, where, you're going to start to some of these names like Coker and Estime. We're here towards the end now. They're definitely going to get involved. I really love the Coker angle, to be honest with you. He seems to be getting heavily involved, and I know he was last week, so I like that play as well.
I'm thinking Tampa Bay is going to be on the big TV with the volume today.
Oh, okay.
Got Tampa, Carolina.
Nice. Game. I like it.
Eric, our man, my buddy from Radford University, fellow Radford rugby teammate. He's in a sports lounge right now watching Missing 411, which is interesting stuff on YouTube as well. Look up that Missing 411. And it's all about people who go camping and hiking, and they basically disappear and vanish into thin air. and you'd be amazed at the similarities of some of these stories. It is unbelievable the exact circumstances in which some of this stuff is happening. And when you hear about all these stories together, and there's several of them, that it is quite crazy, to be honest. So recommend that if you're out there and want some crazy alien type of mystery type of stuff. Missing 411. So Eric's watching that on the lounge. He wants to watch the Charger game, which we'll put on TV, I think, number 2 today. So we'll mention that all from where our TV placement is, nephew Dave.
All right.
You want to say anything about the Commanders' State of the Union of the address, where you stand? I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's time to just pack it in and.
Yeah, Steve, there's really not too much to say. More injuries again yesterday in that game, and that's just been the theme of it all. A nice little start, and then injuries. And, I talked about it in the beginning of the season. I said, I know it's only preseason, but this team has no depth behind their starters. If these guys get hurt, which they did, this team's going to be in serious trouble. The depth is lacking. And on that note, Steve, unfortunately, I could not have been more correct, as there's just nothing behind the ones on that team. So it is what it is. We'll see what they do in the draft. They'll have some money to spend. So I reckon they'll be back next year ready to go.
What do you think your primary needs are? Defense?
You're going to need some defense. I would like to see if they get an early top 5. If he's still there, I'd like to see him go after a running back, especially with Love there from Notre Dame.
He could be a game changer.
He looks like he's going to be.
He looks like the real deal.
Yeah, he looks a real deal. Very Saquon-esque.
I would take him over any kind of quarterback, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know where these quarterbacks are going to fall at the end of the day. I was talking about a little bit about that earlier.
The quarterback stock, I don't think is all that great this year.
Yeah, no.
There's a couple good ones out there, but we'll see what they do. So they got to get some defense first and foremost, and then let's try and go after a running back if we have a good one available.
All right. Go ahead and give me some fresh lines in the Survivor, and we'll do it real quick. Yes or no on Survivor.
All right, Bills are in Cleveland taking on the Browns. 40.5 is your number. Minus 10.5 for the Bills on the road. I'd take the Bills if you got them.
I think you can use the Bills if you haven't used them. Yeah, go ahead.
Chargers, they're in Dallas, take on the Cowboys. 50.5 is going to be your number here. Minus 1.5 for the Cowboys at home. I don't know.
That line doesn't make sense to me.
Me either. I wouldn't use Survivor, though.
No, me neither. Pass.
Bucks taking on Carolina. Big game here today. 45.5 is your number. Minus 3 for the Bucks on the road. No play here.
You know what? That just dawned on me. The Bucks are the system play too, and this is in division.
Yeah,
because the Bucks
are a massive game
because they have the same record, and the Bucks are the favorite on the road here. And correct me if I'm wrong. They have the same record, correct?
Yeah, it's 7-7.
They're both 7-7.
Yep.
So technically, this is another system play on the board. If you go by the system plays, then the Buccaneers Bengals parlay should be one you want to definitely lay the wood to.
Right.
So I might have to do that with some Tennessee action. I was looking for a good third for the three of these guys to, win by 10 points. So maybe just Tennessee on the money line themselves. Just to dumb that down. Okay, Tampa Bay on the system play. No Survivor, though.
All right, the Bengals taking on the Dolphins. This one's in Miami. 48.5 is your number here. Minus 4.5 for the Bengals on the road. Pass for me.
I believe it's a pass, but man, if you haven't used the Bengals and you're in some sort of a crazy one with like 8 or 9 people left with a lot of money, they might be the one to take because no one else is going to take them. And you have Joe Burrow going against this Quinn Ewers guy for Texas. So, come on, man. And yeah, Ewers does play SEC football at the end of the day. But Give me the Bengals maybe in a sneaky survivor play. Go ahead.
All right. The Vikings taking on the Giants. 41.5 is your number here. Minus 2.5. Why did it do that? 2.5 on the road for the Vikings.
Same thing. Sneaky survivor play would be Minnesota. No one's going to take them, and that could be your ticket to winning survivor today. All right, next.
All right. Stand by here as the computer just decides it needs to reload.
I got this. Saints and the Jets, 6.5, 40.5. Maybe the Saints for me at home against the Jets. I would consider that for survivor.
Absolutely, yeah, I would.
All right. Tell me when you're good. I'll just keep going otherwise.
I got it.
All right, go ahead.
All right, we did the Vikings, the Chiefs in Tennessee take on the Titans. No Patrick Mahomes. 37.5 is your number. Minus 3 for the Chiefs on the road. A pass.
You know what? This line went from 2.5 now up to 3 now. Some money coming back on the Chiefs. Interesting. I'll pass.
All right.
I'll pass.
Jacksonville is taking on Denver. This one's in Denver. 46.5 is your number today. Minus 3.5 for the Broncos on the road. Good game here. No survivor.
Pass.
Falcons taking on the Cardinals. 48.5 is your number here. Minus 3 for the Falcons on the road. That will be a pass.
Pass. A little bit of money coming in on Atlanta. There's 2.5s out there as well. Next.
Pittsburgh, they're taking on Detroit. This one's in Detroit. 52.5 is your number here with a minus 7 for the Lions at home. Good game, but pass.
I will pass.
All right. The Raiders, they're taking on the Texans today. This one's in Houston. 37.5 is your number here. Minus 14.5 for the Texans at home. I think that's your pick right there.
That's the pick. And if no one else has used Houston's, that's what everyone else is going to pick.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
So maybe that's the reason not to pick it.
That's the obvious, public, very public play.
So this is where taking like Cincinnati or Minnesota would when you survivor is if Oakland or the Vegas Raiders can beat the Texans today. Though Grandy does not think that's going to happen. That's for sure. All right,
all right, your Patriots are taking on the Ravens. It's in Baltimore. That is the Sunday night game. 48.5 is going to be the number today with a minus 3 for the Ravens at home. How about that?
My question is, will I even survive to the Patriots game? That's my biggest survivor question. Pass.
All right. And if you have to do it, just don't do it. I say it every week. Just don't do it. Don't wait this long. The 49ers are taking on the Colts.
In this kind of game, too.
In this kind of game at that.
Well, I'm interested to get your take on this. In fact, it's the Monday night game. Give me your take. Though Grandy thinks I'm crazy. He loves the Colts. I love the Niners.
No, I love the Niners here. The Colts, we talked about it.
He's in San Francisco. That's what's scary about it.
Oh, right.
He knows this team. But I just figure they look better. I mean, they look like they're trending the right way to me.
Oh, absolutely. 46.5 is the number here. Minus 5.5 for the Niners on the road. Now, maybe that spread could be questionable, but I think they do pull this game out. Like you said, Steve, they're just kind of trending in the right direction. And the Colts are doing exactly what we've talked about for the last couple of weeks, is that end of season self-destruction here. So if that continues, they're trying to fight and get in. I think it's too much the 49ers win in this one.
All right, let's see. The Monday night craziness, that's for sure. Pass on Survivor for me. Okay, let's go to the list of games. Let's break them down. Good morning, a Survivor. So your Survivor pick would be officially?
Houston.
Okay, give me the Bengals to play a little contrarian there. All right. And my Big Steve pick of the week loses again last week. How about that? I'll mention that. So I always give out the one guaranteed lock, and now I've lost 3 weeks in a row on that one. It was Green Bay last week at Denver. Probably should have taken Buffalo against my Patriots because they were the system play. So I'll give you that in a bit. But if we're counting now, I think we've went from 9-4 to 9 and I think we went from 9-3 to 9-6 is where we stand. So still winning, actually, at the end of the day. 60% winner, which is above average of any gambler still. So the big Steve Lock of the week still hitting at 60%. In fact, my 5 picks for my DraftKings, Dave.
Yeah.
I did the pick 85 for the spread every week.
Okay.
Now I effed it up and I've forgotten twice. You're allowed to forget once, but it doesn't count against you. When you forget the second time,
Right.
it's an 0 for 5. So I do have an 0 for 5 in there, but I'm hitting close to 60% on that. I'm actually getting a nice little payout for placement. If I can just kind of run the table here, then I can kind of really maybe jump into the top 50 or 25 or so of 5,000 people or so in that pool, which
Wow.
would be kind of cool. So let's see if I can go on a run. And basically everyone who is on that list is on the ticket on screen right now, to be honest. You can figure out who I have against the spread in that regard. So my first game is the Chargers and the Cowboys. 1.5. You kind of smirked at that. Over under 50.5. We last saw these teams, Dallas losing on Sunday night to Minnesota, 34-26. And the Chargers basically ensured themselves a playoff spot. They haven't clinched yet, but they should be able to clinch today with a win, I believe, as their playoff clinching scenario. Dave, look up playoff clinching scenarios today
right.
and see what you come up with. And you can kind of talk about those as we go through the list. But I believe the Chargers with a win clinch a spot today, if I just do the math right in my head. So I think that's all the incentive in the world that this team needs. Dallas is an average team anyway. The Chargers are above average. I'm not sure why Dallas is a favorite here. They probably have. Now, I think the Dallas coach has done a good job, but it's Harbaugh, right? So, they got Herbert and company, plenty of skill positions. They can run the ball if they want. They can pass the ball if they want. And Dallas is just going to be leaky on defense. The body language of the Cowboys superstars isn't good, right? These guys all want to get paid, and then once they get paid and things just don't go their way, it looks like doom and gloom on their face. Pickens is example number one of that. He hasn't done, he looks completely disinterested in what's happening out there on the field. He might go off today. Who knows? But the Chargers are decent on defense. That's why I think they win this game and can win this game perhaps by even a score or two. Again, if you win by one score, you're going to win by 2 scores. It's just kind of the theory there. I'm taking the Chargers on some sort of an all line. So the quarterback numbers here today. And I need to get a new piece of paper ready.
All right, Steve, you ready for this?
Yeah, playoff scenario.
Yep. All right, so here we go. They're going to need a little bit of help today if they want to clinch it.
Okay.
The Chargers with a win and a Colts loss or a Houston loss. They can have a tie with a Colts loss or a tie with an Indy tie and a Houston loss. So they need either the Colts or Houston to lose today. And they beat the Cowboys.
Okay. All right. So there you go. That's the Chargers scenario. Prescott, 249.5 baseline for him. Herbert's 244.5 baseline for him. Both of these quarterbacks for 2 touchdowns is minus juice. Herbert being the bigger favorite at minus 172. Low-hanging receiver guys. Amari and Hampton is just at 10.5 receive yards, which that might be of interest today to me, maybe. Let me jot some of these things down. The Herbert rushing yards has always been interesting as well. Flority's another guy. He's been doing well for me. He got 40 yards last week. I just needed 10 more for a jackpot for like $800. And they just wouldn't throw it to him. He had most of the yards in the first half, but maybe he kind of gets involved because the Chargers do have better defense, and that's where a guy like Forney might kind of sneak into the action a little bit more. He's a 27.5, so I'll jot him down on my list of receivers to play around with. Ferguson's at 33.5. Gadsden's at 41.5. We all love Gadsden, but you can't depend on him the game to the game. Keenan Allen has incentives today, Dave, correct?
I did not see his.
I saw this on another thread.
Okay.
Keenan Allen has incentives today for 39.5. And Dave has incentives somewhere. We can go through all that at some point. Maybe at the end of the show, we'll do all that. Ladd McConkey, 47.5. If we forget to mention it during the game.
Right.
Ladd McConkey, 47.5 for him. Touchdown scorer props. And we got to be careful on the art of making a ticket now because the jig is up. And they're not giving us these huge super tickets to try to cash in on. They keep saying something went wrong. Try again until we dumb it down to 5 or 6 guys. Apparently, they don't like you parlaying 80-1 and 100-1 and stuff like that together 7 or 8 times. Javonte Williams is the favorite today, odds-on favorite. I even learned something. If you're an odds-on favorite, you're a minus number. If you're a plus number, you can't be the odds-on favorite. Only a minus number can. So Javonte Williams being the only guy as a minus for a touchdown is the odds-on favorite, minus 135. So there's some appropriate. This is a learning show at the end of the day. So there you go. Amari and Hampton, even money flat, plus 100. CD Lamb, plus 135. McConkey, plus 145. Jake Ferguson, plus 175. Pickens, plus 175. I'll pass on him. Gadsden is at plus 180. Keenan Allen, plus 190. Vidal, plus 250. The problem with me, Quentin Johnston is plus 270. And my guy Forney's plus 390. Forney for a touchdown on some sort of one-player round robin is a good play, I think. Dallas will score a little bit. I just think the Chargers will score a lot more, probably. If that's the case, I mean, there's any number of characters you can take. I just kind of like to play the Chargers team angle because they can spread it around to these guys so much. And your player could just end up getting hurt at the end of the day, which, let's be honest, we've had plenty of that lately as well on our tickets. So when you play, again, and this is a learning show, your ticket's not dead when you have your team stuff going and your totals. Your ticket's dead when Jordan Love takes the helmet hit, goes to the sideline right before halftime, and you never see him again. That's when your ticket's dead.
Well, although luckily that does qualify for some of these books out here that do the they do that early exit kind of.
Yeah,
saves you.
FanDuel will be the first quarter, so Love wouldn't qualify for that. But yes.
Okay, yeah, he qualified over on mine.
Oh,
They
nice.
do the first half.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, all right, that's good that these sports books are getting lenient towards that as well. I will say that. Because there's a bad taste in your mouth. Yeah, these guys are going to get hurt. In fact, my futures of my 750-yard receivers or my 6 touchdown guys, they're all dead because of one guy hurt.
Yeah, that happens every year too.
It happens every year. More of the story of that, just take 3.
Yeah, yep.
You can't do 4 or 5 or 6. I'll only take 3 and hope for the best. 2 touchdowns in this game. You're going to get some good payouts. Javonte Williams plus 470. Hampton 7-1. 10-1 for Lamb. 14-1 for Ferguson. Gaston 14-1. McConkey 11-1. Pickens 15-1. Keenan Allen 17-1. Vidal 22-1. I'll tell you what, Dave, I'm going to start this art of making the tickets. I'm sorry, this is not art of making the tickets.
Little madness?
This is touchdown madness.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what we like.
Which is our 2 touchdown madness, which is our 2 touchdown scorers to score today in somewhat of a long shot basis, and then you take a ringer or 2 along the way to kind of help the mold. But I'll throw in, I mentioned him, I'll throw in Florty at 45-1. And how about Quentin Johnston? We'll take a shot with him at 30-1.
Steve, it does feel like we're due for one of these.
Right? So I'll even play those two guys by themselves. $1.70 pays out $860. So I'll reset that. And now we have, and whenever you have two guys of the same game, again, if you've been listening this morning, it's confusing. In order to get 83 of the combinations of these three, it can't be Johnston and Flournoy together. Just consider these two separate tickets moving forward at this point. One each with Flournoy, one each with Quentin Johnston. And maybe we need to do the two guys of the game we're going to do first to make that make sense. So basically, we're starting two tickets right now, one with Johnston and one with Flournoy, and the rest of the guys will be on both tickets, if that makes sense. So if we can't use Johnston and Flournoy together on the longer tickets, play them both as a 2-touchdown scorer and a 2-game parlay. That way, if they do both happen to hit, which trust me, a lot of times when you get three of these guys, it is the same game. I've been, this is how I learned that lesson. Trust me, is by losing like this or not winning. So if you get the two from Johnston and Flournoy, you have your tickets moving forward, but now you're already locked in a winner. Okay. And again, $1.70 pays about $800-900 or so. So let's take a shot with that, and now we'll add on. So it's all Chargers for me, mainly from the team perspective, and I'll root them into maybe clinching the playoff spot and a double-digit win in Dallas, who's ready to pack their bags for Cancun. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, Steve, I'm gonna go ahead and agree with you here. First game up. I love it. The Chargers on the money line. I'm gonna play that somewhere. Might play an alt spread of maybe like 5.5 because they could beat the Cowboys by a touchdown. You're gonna get a really nice number out of that. So Steve, yeah, give me the Chargers on the money line. Give me an alt spread as well, 5.5. And I will say this though, George Pickens is my angle for the Cowboys. He has had a great year for
so you won't Dave not give you up. He's going to take the contrarian angle of fade a disinterested Pickens, which is the right angle to take because I called him disinterested. Now he'll be interested.
Yeah, so he's just, he's had a good year. He's either going to get paid by the Cowboys or somebody else next year. So he set himself up in a good position for that. So I think I took him for 2 on my primary ticket. We'll get to that when we do the best sounder in sports here at the end of the show. So Steve, give me the Pickens angle for the Cowboys, but ultimately we're going to go with the Chargers on the road.
All right. Vikings and the Giants. Normally a game I should stay away from. The Giants are not in my betting profile, but the Vikings have been, and they've been an ugly stain on my record, to be honest. Can we get some redemption today with Minnesota at New York? I think we can because they just seem to be playing better, and I'm not interested in taking any kind of team who's basically coachless at this point of the season in December. It's not going to be super cold out there. The Vikings will be fine. They live in a super cold as it is, even though they play indoors. So no big deal for them. McCarthy's terrible. Again, it's hard to root for him, but it's not like Dart is super great. Their numbers are right there the same. McCarthy 187.5, Jackson Dart 191.5. You should get paid for the touchdowns today. Yep, plus 430 for 3 for McCarthy. Jackson Dart plus 750 for 3 for him. Tracy was great last week. 54.5 is his baseline. Aaron Jones 53.5 for rushing. Jordan Mason 45.5. The rushing yards for Dart is at 30.5. McCarthy's at 15.5. Now McCarthy's had a concussion, so you doubt they both have had a concussion. So Dart has not had a concussion. He looks like he was getting ready to get several concussions. The way that he's been hit lately is really the story of it. But McCarthy has had his. So I'll stay away from any rushing yards here. I just think Minnesota's the better team. And to think that Minnesota can't win by 10 points, and I don't think is asking a lot, to be honest. If they can beat Dallas by 8 in Dallas, they should be able to beat the Giants by 18. in New York.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So give me the Vikings minus the points here in this game, and I'll take I'll take them on the all line. Again, you see that up on the ticket on the screen at minus 12.5, and they're paying pretty good up the ladder for the most part. Plus 280 at minus 9.5, and at minus 16.5, 6-1. I'll settle for the plus 390 at minus 12.5. That gives us room for, again, a learning show. A missed extra point or 2-point shenanigans or something like that. Whatever you want to put a number on at an all line, move it by 1. You know, if you want 13.5 to win by 2 touchdowns, nope, make it 12.5 because is it Cade York? Is that the kicker for Minnesota?
I believe so.
Maybe he misses a field goal or whatever. Let's see here. Well, give me the Vikings on the all line. What do you like, Dave?
Yeah, Steve, I like the Vikings to get it done. I don't know what the Giants really have to challenge them with. So here's what I'm going to do today. I kept it kind of simple on this. I know we've been saying it. He's been nowhere to be found, but I just love Jefferson today. This has got to be the day. Here it is. All right.
It's got 59.5 at his baseline. Is a joke at this point.
I mean, seriously, this is your best opportunity to really, really have a great day here. Minnesota has been trending upwards. You know, we've been on the fence about the quarterback, but I think he's showing some signs of, he's just very hot and cold one week to the next. But if he can have a good day today against a Giants team that, I mean, at this point, don't you kind of want to lose? I mean, that draft pick is sitting right there in front of you.
I talked about it with earlier in regards to like Tennessee and the Giants. They both have their quarterbacks. It's not like they're looking for a quarterback.
Right.
But yeah, you could get the best lineman or whoever, or Jeremiah Love, or like you said. And
yeah, because I mean,
go so high.
Yeah, I mean, they got Scadaboo when he comes back, but
the Raiders need a quarterback. That's a team that could be tanking. Unfortunately, Geno Smith is probably trying to play for his NFL career.
No kidding. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's a scary thing there. And then you have the Browns, who could definitely, you could see them drafting another quarterback. And then the Cardinals, who probably need a quarterback themselves.
Right.
So that's how we're looking as far as the tank scenario goes. But what was that?
Interesting.
Here, I'll go check on that. Give me the Vikings on the all line.
All right, I like the Jefferson angle here today.
We'll throw him on two touchdown madness.
Jefferson.
Yeah.
All right. And then I did play some Jackson Dart rushing yards today. I got to feel like if they're doing anything or trying to move the ball down the field, he's going to have a lot to do with it here today. I took him for 40 yards. Let's see what that was. It was just over.
You okay here?
Yes. Jackson Dart for 40. Was it plus 184, which he's averaging 36.4 per game. So at plus 184, you're just asking for a couple more yards past that. And I think if he's running around for his life, he's going to kind of have to do that. So give me Jackson Dart for 40-plus rushing yards. Jefferson in any kind of capacity, let's just run it back one more time. And if he doesn't do it today, there's 2 games left in the season after today. We don't have to talk about him for the rest of the 2 weeks here. So give me Jefferson. Give me some running yards for Dart, running for his life. The Vikings win by 9.5.
All right. I don't know if I like being on everyone on the same page. All right, Jefferson goes into our 2 touchdown madness ticket. All right, next on the board. $10.47. We're just through 2 games, so we got a lot to go. Bills and the Browns. I mean, I have nothing to say about the Browns on this angle. I kind of have a bad taste in my mouth with the Bills game last week. I'm not super. Their receivers. It's just too much scatteredness for me. That's kind of why I hesitate on pulling the trigger on someone like Shakir, who's at 70 yards receiving at a nice alt line number today. Let's take a look at some of the low hangers. Maybe I'll see something I'll like. That's why we got to go through this stuff. Judkins is at 12.5. Now, that's an interesting one to me, to be honest. Judkins at 12.5 receiving yards might be something I can get down on. It's an obscure play. He's a big running back. He's been getting past the ball. Now, he's been quiet for weeks. But we saw the success the Patriots running backs had last week against Buffalo. So maybe a good shot to buy on Judkins low. The other guy is Tyler Johnson. Is it just Ty Johnson just at 11.5 receiving yards? So I would take a shot maybe on some Judkins 12.5 and some Ty Johnson 11.5. Not needing much to happen, to be honest. Tillman's at 13.5. Palmer 15.5. I mean, these numbers are low enough. Isaiah Bond, Shador Sanders seems to like is at 15.5. Keon Coleman's at 16.5. What? Dawson Knox is 18.5. So maybe some of these numbers we do need to get involved with. Fannin is your favorite as the receiver today, 53.5. And he is a favorite by Sanders. Rushing yards today, Shador's at 10.5. He's one of the quarterbacks who was a handful shy of his alt number last week. He did get his baseline over. Josh Allen is at 34.5. Quishon Judkins, 63.5. And James Cook is at 89.5. Quarterback props. Cleveland is just not in my bio to bet. Sanders, 177.5. 205.5 for Josh Allen. Passing touchdowns today. Shador is at plus 1280 for 3. We laugh about that, but he's got it a couple weeks back against Tennessee. And Josh Allen is at plus 400 for 3 for him. If you parlayed just both the guys for 3 passing, 55-1. How about that?
I like it.
So give me Judkins today on some receiving yards on the Brown side, and I'll take a shot with Ty Johnson. He seems to get a couple passes a game. Man, that Keon Coleman one's interesting at 18.5, though, if he's going to be that low. Touchdown scoring props. Cook is the favorite at minus 120. Allen minus 115. Judkins is at plus 105. Dalton Kincaid plus 280. Shakir is at plus 280. Shakir would be a good one to put in with Flournoy on that one player for 1 touchdown round robin, to be honest. So that might be something I do. Let's see here. Minnesota, Cleveland. Let me put a little star by his name. This Shakir and Flournoy is a very obscure bet, but man, it sounds like a winner from here. Plus 310 for Fannin. Knox plus 380 for 1. There's Keon Coleman plus 470. Same premise. Maybe Coleman goes on there at plus 470. Ty Johnson 5-1. Isaiah Bond plus 650. Gabe Davis plus 750. Shador Sanders 8-1 for 2 touchdowns. Let's see. Cook plus 550. Josh Allen 6-1. Judkins plus 750. Dalton Kincaid 27-1. Dave.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
He went to Knox last week. Kincaid sounds like a decent one for Madness.
I was looking at that.
Shakir 27-1. Fannin 35-1. Knox 40-1. Is this a blowout to you, or can Cleveland keep this somewhat close?
No, I think Buffalo's probably going to take this one pretty handily. I think I took Josh Allen for some rushing yards. We got James Cook in there to score. I love it. It's minus 130, but it allows you to kind of to use it as a stepping stool in a parlay. So not that it's automatic, but I do love that number. Again, it's minus 130, which isn't the sexiest number, but for James Cook to score, I don't mind using that as a stepping stone in a touchdown parlay. Steve, so here's my angle here. Shakir, anytime touchdown today, it's at plus 275, and he just needs one more on the season for $150,000. I've got to think that Josh Allen probably knows that. Maybe they talked about it a little bit. Hey man, throw me this one
against the Browns of all teams. Too,
yeah, against the Browns. Let's get in the red zone and then just throw me a little 17-yard into the back of the end zone there. So give me Shakir anytime touchdown to get his money today. Steve, if it wasn't Kincaid, I was gonna maybe possibly float Shakir to you in the incentives angle. So we'll go kind of player heavy in this one with Cook, Allen, and Shakir. I did take Fanning Jr. for an anytime touchdown.
Shakir's interesting, 27-1 for. I mean, he's right there with Kincaid, and I think the man for one touchdown for sure, Dave. So if we like him for one, I mean, don't we almost like him for two? If we know he's going to get the one.
Almost, yeah.
So maybe we do need to switch to Kincaid for that reason. I'll get the opinion here of the Ants man, but I will in my one player round robin with Flournoy that I'll start. I'll throw a Shakir in that for one.
Wouldn't it be great if we got 150,000 if Shakir scored today?
Yeah,
yeah.
Why can't we get 150 grand?
I know, right?
Maybe that's what we need to bet.
We're just as committed, right? I mean, goddamn, we've been doing it all year too.
And man, would you rather have someone? Kincaid beat you last week. Would you want to go back to the well with him maybe this week, knowing that Allen's been throwing to his tight ends more than anybody? Or would you take a flyer on Shakir for two today?
Since all these incentives have been coming out, we might as well just stick with Shakir. Now, the problem is it is now known to the whole world. So Shakir is like the betting favorite. I think he started at plus 310 to score earlier in the week. What is he at now? Like 2?
I have 270. Now it went up to 285.
I got plus 280.
Interesting. Okay.
And, 27-1 for two, which is good. That's good.
Yeah.
I'd much rather take Kincaid.
Okay.
All right.
No, at this point, the betting public right now is on Shakir, which I understand. I have a bet with him too. So I fully understand this. I'm taking Kincaid instead.
So maybe keep him on Madness, Steve.
I'm gonna, you know what? So I'm gonna play with the guys that we have so far. I'll play Shakir in there, and then I'll delete him and add Kincaid and play him with the guys we have so far and keep Kincaid going.
All right.
How about that?
Yep, that works.
All right. So I like it. We'll throw Kincaid back on 2-touchdown madness. We're basically double zagging against the double zig.
Calling the audible X-Wing 40.
Yeah. It's zigzag on that one.
Steve just hit hot. Dave, Steve just did 5 hot routes on one Madden play.
Yeah, I know. Play clock's running down.
All right. All right. So, you know what? Bills win this game by 10 points exactly. Don't cover 10.5.
Interesting. I like that.
That's what I'll say. All right.
An ugly game. Well, what's the wind looking like?
I'm
obviously not the weatherman.
We have zero. It's cold there, but that don't matter. It's only 27. That's not crazy. And it is basically beautiful everywhere else today. That is setting up for there to be a points fiesta, and which we're trending with a lot of points here in the last few weeks on these games.
27-17 correct score.
Yeah, I could see that. That goes over the total of 40.5. Yep. Next game on the board. It's one man's trash is another man's treasure. Go ahead and give me the Saints today at home. Basically, it's just like this game that we haven't talked about yet, but I'm going to talk about Tennessee. And I have talked about how much I love Tennessee today, but the Saints are in the same boat as the Titans. This isn't their Super Bowl per se, like it is for the Titans, maybe playing the Chiefs, where the Titans can look at it as their Super Bowl. But this is a good chance to win a football game at home late in the season right before Christmas in front of your home fans against the Jets team who's been getting demolished week after week. So the fact that the Saints are 6.5 point spread, 6.5 point spread, the first instinct is to say that makes no sense. Why the hell would I lay 6.5 points with the Saints? Again, we're zagging where there's a zig. That's why you lay the 6.5 points. It makes no sense. They're trying to entice you with the Jets here by getting extra points against another bad team. But this is a chance again to win another football game at home. Underrated player of the day, perhaps. Audric Estime, just 37.5 is his baseline rushing. We're going to pop that through the roof. Anthony might tell me about a counterfeiter for him maybe in a minute, but he's the guy that they're going to trust because he's been a professional football player where the other guys are just, babies. Estime's played professional football. He now with the second team, formerly of Denver. Still a young career himself, but he's going to get a ton of carries. I like his rushing total as well, 37.5. And let's face it, this Tyler Shaw kid hasn't been the worst. I think this is another chance as well. He has a great rapport with Olave. So Olave is an interesting guy to me today too as well. 64.5 is his baseline. So a couple of players, and I know Olave has been played by people, but Estime hasn't. A good player to take today, I think. And then if you want to look at the passing game, why not to Olave? He is a superstar. He is the best receiver on the field by far for anyone catching the ball today. So if you wanted to take him for the most receiving yards today in a game, let's see, he's plus 110. If you wanted to find, 3 or 4 of those guys to try to parlay, I know you're going to get some longer shots with some other guys, but you might as well throw Chris Olave in as a ringer in that regard at plus 110. I don't see how anyone catches the amount of yards that he may catch today, to be honest. Shao likes him, so it's going to be game on for that. Shao 213.5. My man Brady Cook 169.5. Now Brady Cook will run. We learned that last week, and he's at 18.5. So I would look at that over again as well. And Tyler Shaw at 22.5, he'll run as well. So I would take a look at both of those guys for their rushing yards, quarterback-wise. Estime for his rushing numbers. I think that's a nice little 4-game baseline parlay. If you take Olave for 64 receiving, Estime 37.5 rush, Shaw 22.5 rush, and Brady Cook 18.5 rush. That's your 4 little same game legger that could pay you right about 10-1 for the baselines. What do you got, Anthony?
What's interesting is so Shaw got 32 rushing yards last week, and Brady Cook got 39 rushing yards last week as well. Now the interesting thing about Estime, of course, no what's his name? Who's the guy? Devin.
No Kamara, no Neal. Yep.
So the hell with Estime with his rushing yards. I care about his receiving yards. He got 3 catches for 39 yards.
Oh, wow. All right, good angle.
So
and he's at 13.5 baseline today. Yep.
I mean, 40 at plus 680. I mean, I would take that. I feel like the Saints just throw to the running backs.
Yep.
I also think the Saints are going to destroy the Jets, but
that's what I think.
Yeah, I do as well.
All right, so this is a day of blowouts. If you want to play some all lines, people, this is your chance maybe right before Christmas. Don't blink twice. Gambler Claus is coming to town here today. Minus 12.5 for the Saints is at plus 200. I took the Saints on their team points. Actually, because let's see. That's my angle for them. So I have no doubt that they score. But maybe this Brady Cook kid has something to him, Over 30.5 for the Saints is at plus 310. And that's the angle that I took for them just to get the 31. Now, can they win by 14? Sure. Jets 21-7 final score. They definitely that could definitely maybe be it. The Jets defense is bad. I'm just going to give the Saints credit here at home for wanting to have a good game. They're a team that is not going to quit because they're just trying to get better at the end of the season and get some positive momentum in the next season. And you'll see this year after year, people. There's always a bad team. These bad teams will finish strong in a lot of cases, and that momentum will carry over to the next season when they finish strong. So Saints just kind of fit that mold to me. And I agree with both of you. Any other angles for you, Dave?
No, I like the Saints in this one at home. Pretty much, not to copy you there, but pretty much for the exact same things you said there, Steve. I did play Chris Olave anytime touchdown plus 150. That's looking like a pretty decent number here for him to have a big day. So give me the Saints at home to roll. Give me a Chris Olave anytime touchdown.
All right. Anything else from you, Anthony, on this?
Nope.
All right. We'll throw Aldrick Estime, 2-touchdown madness, 10-1. Let me just keep playing this until they tell me I can't play this ticket anymore. But we got any three of these hit is a win. Quentin Johnston, Ryan Flournoy, Justin Jefferson, Dalton Kincaid, Aldrick Estime.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I just have to bring this up because it happens once a year, and I know we talk about it. I can't not bet Taysom Hill to score twice today.
Oh, yeah. He's a logical. I was going to say he's logical to score today for sure. Because of the running back scenarios alone. For 2 touchdowns, 30-1 for Taysom Hill. Yeah.
We all talk about Olave and Shaw and, or whatever. But there's that one time a year where, it's Taysom Hill. Of course. I'm going to at least throw my $10 down.
He sounds like he goes good in the Bucky Irving parlay, to be honest. Give me Bucky Irving, Taysom Hill, maybe your Quinshawn Judkins or whatever. Let's see. We can probably find 2 more as we go. Bijan Robinson would be a good one to throw with those guys as a ringer, to be honest. Bijan, Taysom Hill, and Bucky Irving. Play around with those 3 on a parlay for 2 touchdowns and see what you come up with. So I agree with you there, Anthony, as well. All right, next game on the board is the system play. And the line has dropped now from 4.5 to 3.5. So money is coming in on Miami. Now, what Vegas will do is the old switcheroo on you. They'll make you think that, all right, everyone's betting on Miami. Let's take Miami now. No, don't be so sure of that. They might have so much bankroll action. They're trying to put reverse psychology into you. We need to try to get people to start to take Miami. Let's lower the line because at the end of the day, let's use common sense, people. Joe Burrow against Quinn Ewers. Okay? Let's just be aware of that. The Dolphins are done. The Bengals are done. The Bengals got shut out last week. The Dolphins might as well have gotten shut out. They got their garbage points. It's not like they scored when it mattered. But why not in 80 degrees? Joe Burrow just feels a little bit better about life today, and he throws to our man Jamar Chase like it's going out of style for old time's sake. I think that could very well happen. I like the Bengals to lay the points here on the system play again. They have 2 less wins than Miami does. So system play here for me with the Bengals minus 3.5, 47.5. I'm not going to look at anything else. I love Achane as always. If you want to throw some Achane stuff out there, by all means, go for it. His receive yards is at 27.5. He always goes closer to 50, I feel like. But give me Jamar Chase to climb through the roof today. Why not? 150 yards for Jamar Chase. I'm reluctant to take Higgins just because I'm in Jordan Love shock from last night from players just getting hurt again, ruining my tickets. So I'd hate to take T. Higgins in there. Then he decides he has a headache. somewhere in the 2 minutes after halftime, and he has to come out. So Jamar Chase had 150 yards today, 7-1. Let's gobble him up. I just think he's going to be a target today for Burrow. I really do see a scenario where Burrow's talking to Chase, saying, "Let's just go light these MFers up today."
Yeah.
So give me the Bengals on the spread. Give me all the Jamar Chase props for me. I'm going to keep it simple in that regard. Any other low hangers we should consider? Dulwich, I do like. I just can't. I got to see something from yours before I can take any Dolphins today. Dulwich 14.5. He would have. He did backdoor 40 yards at the end of that game last week. So if you had Dulwich for 40 on your ticket at a big price, he got you there on that last drive for Miami. Ice is a 16.5. I've had enough of him, quite frankly. Gesicki's 25.5. I have no interest in him, quite frankly. Malik Washington is 17.5. I've had enough of him this year, quite frankly. Chase Brown, 20.5. I've just never been able to get on the Chase Brown train. HA at 27.5 has been money for me, but even he gets counterfeited a lot. Darren Waller's number's up. It was at 25.5, now 31.5 for Darren Waller, so he's taking a bunch of money. He'd be an interesting one to throw in on a ticket today. Higgins 57.5. For me, it's Chase, Jamar Chase, and Joe Burrow, and they care today. Anthony, what do you think?
Well, what's interesting is that you didn't bring up how good Quinn Ewers is at running. I'm wondering if he's going to run for at least 100 today for what he did at college.
We did earlier. Dave, do you know how many rushing yards Quinn Ewers had in college?
No, but he can use his legs. I'll tell you that. I do have
no,
him for
he
his
can't.
Minus 59 rushing yards for a career total.
Oh, really? I took him over.
Did you?
Dave,
that's
Dave,
my
It was
fault.
only 10. It was only 10 though. I'm thinking he runs for a first down.
Yeah, he definitely could. It's
Yeah.
the Bengals.
Dave, you're technically not wrong. He just ran the wrong way.
Well, that's true. That's what I meant, honestly.
So the absolute idiot bet of the day is to take Quinn Ewers for 20 rushing yards at plus 410.
I'm doing it for 10. I'm trying it. I'm trying it.
That is the absolute I'm an idiot bet.
So should there be like I'm an idiot bet and do like Shador Sanders for 3 passing touchdowns, Quinn Ewers for
just things that shouldn't happen.
things that shouldn't happen? All right, you sold me just on this thing. You know what? Bet the opposite of what should happen, and that's usually a good way to win in the NFL. And if I need something on Miami, why not? That gives us something fun to try to root for. So Ewers over his rushing yards. I'm going to give that a big old circle on my sheet. And let me go back to this Cleveland game. Sanders for 3 touchdowns at the ridiculous price of 12-1, which hit a couple weeks back. We'll put a big circle next to his name. I got another rushing one for you, too, in that regard coming up. Dave, what do you like in this game?
I like a lot of points. To be honest with you, I think this could be one of the higher scoring games here. I like the chase. Higgins, he is in. I saw, so he will be in there today. I mean, Burrow's just got any number of guys he can throw it to. Isis, Gesicki. I think receptions would be a good way to go about some of these receivers as well. Maybe not worry so much about your yardage and just go with receptions. Because I think really Chase, Higgins, Gesicki, and Isis there, as we like to call them, you could take those 4 guys for 3, 4, 5 receptions. I know Chase is going to get a lot more than that. Higgins might hover right around that. You'll probably get a good number out of that. But if you go Gesicki and Isis for 4 receptions, I think that's a really good way to kind of get a good angle here in this one. As like you said, I think they just want to go out there and light this team up. So we'll see what happens. I mean, Quinn Ewers, maybe not a good rusher, but I've watched him play quite a bit there in Texas against my Sooners, and he is a good quarterback, or he was for Texas anyway. So we'll see how that translates to this. So I'm not going to give up on him just yet. We're going to go receptions, and then, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Call me what you will. It's 10 rushing yards. Just go get the first down, Quinn. That's all you got to do. Just do it once.
All right, I'm throwing Jamar Chase on Touchdown Madness as a ringer. Our guys, again, jot them down. Jamar Chase, Estime, Dalton Kincaid, Justin Jefferson, Quentin Johnston, and Ryan Flournoy. Let's see if they let me bet this.
While you're talking, obviously T. Higgins is active. Do you remember how many points the Bengals scored last week?
0.
Yeah, and Miami benched their quarterback. I'm also betting with my heart today because I have Joe Burrow in one league and I have Jamar Chase in another league. So I kind of want them to just combine forces today. I want both teams to be in the 40s.
It's 80 degrees in South Beach. I think they're feeling fine.
That's great football weather. I mean,
they're not if they were at home, I'd feel less confident about this. The fact that they're in Miami, you probably had a nice dinner around town, saw some strippers, went to bed early still.
I'm sure they went to bed early, Steve.
Right after seeing the strippers.
I'm glad that was your focus, that they took their melatonin before night.
Well, if they don't do good, then we know what happened last night.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
No. Well, with all the other, crap that Burrow's been talking about, how he's been unhappy and he doesn't know his future and all the whole Andrew Luck crap. And it sucks because I've lost money because I've been betting Jamar Chase for the past couple weeks, but the hell with it. I'm going to go down with the ship. Give me 150 and 2.
Yeah, I like it. That's what I'm on board with.
All
right.
Also, one last thing. Darren Waller, he's a pretty good tight end still. The Bengals suck guarding the tight end. And Darren Waller still scored twice against Pittsburgh last week, I believe, right?
Yes.
Did he score?
Yeah.
He did score twice? All right. Yeah, it was 66 yards. So, look, I'm going to throw Waller in a random touchdown madness.
Bucky Irving and Taysom Hill, Waller. That one just makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Waller and Taysom Hill. That's the start. I don't want to put Bucky in that scenario just yet. But right now, Waller and Taysom Hill sound very interesting.
There's so many mouths to feed with Tampa Bay is the problem. Let's talk about them. They're -3 and 44.5. They're going to score a ton of points today. It's just a matter of Carolina's going to score a ton of points too. I think they put up their fair share. I'm not shocked if this game's 41-31, something like that. 44.5. It is down a point from 45.5 to 44.5. Again, this must be reverse psychology. That's a nice day in Charlotte. It's 60 degrees. Baker has all his weapons. It is really, if they do not cook today, then it is on Baker's and the offensive line's fault. It really, really is. I mean, there's got to be a million things you like with the Bucs offense. That's the one thing they're going to bring to the table in the playoffs is a superstar offense in which you better be ready to score some points with them. I mean, they have, again, as Dave Dolgrandi said, a abundance of riches. The baseline for Evans, 64.5. I just watched highlights of him completely torching the Carolina secondary, bomb after bomb after bomb, a couple seasons ago. In fact, I think that was last year when I won my wide receiver diva madness ticket with Mike Evans. 64.5 for him. Egbuka's 38.5. Maybe that's what I need today. The wide receiver diva, Jefferson, Jamar, Evans. We're going to add to that list as well. McMillan's 56.5. Jalen Coker, we played on his receive yard prop earlier on the art of making tickets. So we're going to lead on Coker's yards today, 38.5. Godwin, 34.5. Leggett's 21.5. Bucky, 16.5, which sounds low to me. Rico, 13.5. Cade Otton is back, 21.5. Jalen McMillan, 19.5. Seems low to me, to be honest. So that's a number you could maybe try to stretch. Again, there's just so many mouths to feed for Tampa Bay here. And then the question is, can just Carolina keep up? I just think they're outclassed at the end of the day a little bit. Carolina's been a nice story. I just don't think they're in the Buccaneers class. Again, the Buccaneers are the favorite on the road. Both teams have the same record. It's division. This is like the 5-star system play. So Buccaneers for me, team points over 34.5. You get almost 6-1 for the Bucs to get 35 points today. And I'll lay the points with them on the all line as well. And I think the game goes over. 41-27 is going to be my exact correct score here. Let me see if I can find those odds real quick. Correct score today. And we're going to scroll all the way down to Buccaneers. Let's see. I got the Buccaneers all the way up to 38 points. See, I wish I would give you a field choice here. I really do. All right, 38-24 at 225-1 odds is what we'll take today. How about that? 38-24 sounds about right to me. So 50 cents on that pays $112. And I'll play that for 50 cents. How about that? I don't know. It's all Bucks in a high-scoring game for me, Dave. What do you like?
Yeah, I think so as well. I've been on the Buccaneers train, and they've had some letdowns in there, but this is a huge game here today, and one that they have to have on the road. I wouldn't mind going to -5.5. Maybe not getting too greedy with the Bucks here. I think they could win by 6 points. Maybe the whole 7, but you give yourself some room. Just take the 5.5. So I like the Bucks today. You can go any number away. I had Bucky Irving, I believe, for 2 today. But if the Panthers are going to keep it close, we do have Rico Dowdle. He needs 1 touchdown for $275,000 today. Plus 125 anytime. Go ahead and sign that up. You got to do it. It's just 1 touchdown to get paid in a huge game, so he's going to get his opportunities. So don't discount that angle. Go ahead and play your Rico Dowdle. But Steve, give me the Bucks by 5.5.
Dowdle is someone that Del Grande loves as well. What do you like, Anthony?
Well, today's National Mike Evans Day, right? Yep. Everyone's betting Mike Evans. 100 yards and a score and 2 scores, and everyone's talking about Rico Dowdle. What about Emeka Egbuka? Look at his number to get 80 yards. Just look that number up real quick.
Emeka Egbuka to get 80 yards today is at plus 540. That's a great number.
There's your zig.
Yep.
That's the play.
The double zig going down in full effect today. Egbuka at 80 yards is a nice one. Godwin and his yards are tough. He's a touchdown scorer, possession receiver to me, I've learned.
He's a possession receiver. He had 4 catches for 20 yards. He did score last week. Who did they play? The Falcons. And it was still a high-scoring game. I'm not saying Godwin can't score. It's just don't bet his yards. Don't bother with his yards.
Low-hanging fruit today. I need a low-hanging fruit alarm is what we need for a button. How about our man, Baker Mayfield, and 12.5 rushing yards for his baseline?
Prop that to 20.
I thought about it. Yep, absolutely.
So Baker on his rush would be a good one to put in with the Quinn Ewers rush. With the Sanders touchdown passes. And I'll come up with another good one in a minute. But we could take Baker Mayfield today up to 30 yards is plus 410 for Baker, plus 880 to get 40 yards. I think we'll stop at 30 because he hasn't been going for 40. But, man, that 40 is tempting. It show is. And maybe we just do that. Maybe you do the old Steve Rooney and on this round robin ticket, you plug Baker in twice and do the old mini popcorn round robin parlay where if he gets to 30, you win one ticket, but when he gets to 40, you hit him with all the same guys again on a master jackpot. So another good way to do that with Baker, to play him twice, maybe as a ringer in this scenario with some of the other guys that we talked about. Makes sense? Makes sense, everybody?
Yep.
Okay, good. This is the Super Bowl for the Tennessee Titans, a team that's hungry. They haven't given up. They've been competitive, and the Chiefs have ever been ripe for the picking. It is today in Tennessee in a game that they have. Will they even show up? What kind of interest do the Chiefs have today? There will be no double zigging and no double zagging on this one.
Mm-mm.
And I get it. Everyone else in the world loves Tennessee too, but I liked them from the very first start earlier in the week. I think people are starting to like Tennessee because of me, to be honest. I'm rubbing off on y'all. The Chiefs back up to 3 after dropping to 2.5 this morning. Again, this is just Tennessee has to see this as a home game in front of their fans right before Christmas, that they can win, and that this is literally their Super Bowl. They can have quite the Christmas party if they beat. They don't care who's lining up across from them, as long as it's the Chiefs logo and that they beat on them. Dale Grandy says the Titans will win in a blowout. I tend to agree. I think minus 9.5 or minus 12.5 in play today for Tennessee. So give me the Titans. There is no zigzagging here. Pollard is a measly. Look what Pollard's done the last few weeks. Oh, he's up now. We got the power of this program. He's gone from 55.5 to 59.5 this morning already. So I guess y'all are following suit of what we're cooking with here. So Pollard on his he gets 100 yards today. I think another good way to do it would be his carries total, because he's even money for 15 carries. He's going to get that. He's going to get 15 touches at running back. He's been as good as anyone at running back the last couple of weeks. He's a 2-touchdown candidate today. He's a prime 2-touchdown candidate for me, because when they get down there, they will give it to him. And then on the low-hanging side of things, and I want nothing to do with any Chiefs, 0. On the passing side of things, how about our man DK, 27.5, Dyke, and A.O. Manor is down to 22.5. A.O. Manor's numbers dropped. I like DK and A.O. Manor. That's 3 catches each. They both go over that total easily. So all Titans for me today. I'll take them on an alt line. I'll take them both those receivers. I'll jump on Pollard, and we're gonna just hope for the best here. The Titans at minus 9.5 today is at plus 470. Make it minus 8.5, but plus 450. And if you go to 12.5, you get plus 680. So all Titans for me. The upset of the week, at least. Maybe not the big Steve Lock of the week. I'll decide that once we go off air here. We're doing the picks. But it's all Tennessee for me, Ant-Man. What do you like?
I mean, I'm looking at targets from last week when Tennessee played San Fran. DK got 5 targets. I know he only had 4 catches for 17 yards. But if the Titans are going to show up today and just demolish what I think is going to be I think the reason the Chiefs are still favored is Gardner Minshew he's still got a little dog in him. So he might try to rally the troops. But if this is going to be the Cam Ward coming out party, give me DK for 60 yards plus 560. I'm putting that in my Ibuka bet.
Okay. DK and Ibuka and a yardage bet. I like that.
Nice. Yep.
I need I got different symbols for different guys today. The circle symbol I have next to my Shador Sanders for 3 touchdowns, the Quinn Ewers rushing yards, the Baker Mayfield rushing yards. How do we not go back to the well? If this is a Super Bowl, it matters. Cam Ward over 7.5 rushing yards today. Let's pump them up. 20 yards pace plus 410. Cam Ward. Dave, what do you like?
There's one thing.
Cam Ward and Quinn Ewers, huh?
Cam Ward,
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers.
Fire it.
Shador Sanders for 3 touchdown passes and Baker Mayfield for 30 rushing yards. That's your round robin.
There's one thing that I need from this game. I've got a anytime touchdown scores ticket that is very reasonable and pays out decently. Kareem Hunt found his way onto that list. That is the one thing that I need from this game. Now I will play some of those angles. I'm going to play the Chimere receptions. Maybe a couple from A.O. Manor too, as you mentioned, Steve, but definitely Chimere is going to get some receptions, and he's going to be paired with some other guys. But first and foremost in this game, just give me a Kareem Hunt goal line, punch it in, check that box, and then we don't have to worry too much about this. So it's a one-man wrecking crew here in this game for me.
You know what? Kareem Hunt makes the absolute most sense for a Chief to score today. All right. I think that's all the 1 o'clocks. Now, if you want to do so the system play of the parlay of the Bengals and the Buccaneers all line is what you guys want to do here. Maybe minus 12.5 for both of those, and then add in Tennessee on the money line just to win straight up. You know what? If you want to throw the Saints on there with Tampa, if you want to avoid Tennessee because you're worried about the Chiefs, then maybe throw the Saints on there with Tampa Bay and the Bengals in the 3-game parlay of alt lines. I think you got to add Minnesota in that mix too, to be honest. Anthony, we missed the first couple of games. Anything Chargers, Cowboys, Vikings, Giants you like?
Steve, give me 1 minute.
All right. We won't make you guys wait for 1 minute. We'll go back to the next game. Anything else you like at 1 o'clock, Dave?
No, I think we've got a pretty good list going so far. I just, oh man, that Chargers is very tempting. Yeah, there's definitely an alt spread ticket being brewed up here. It's like a storm brewing off in the distance. I can just kind of see it formulating right now. So we'll get that plugged in here probably once we get off the air. But yes, I can see a Chargers, Bucks, Vikings, and possible Tennessee ticket brewing here. Week 16, just weird stuff happening here. Titans beating the Chiefs. Bucks taking control. And the Chargers, well, you know, Steve, you did mention they're not going all the way to the East Coast, in which they've been bad at doing in the 1 o'clock games. So you've been pretty good about nailing that down. Maybe not the same thing here. Now they've only got to go halfway to Dallas at 1 o'clock. But with a clinching scenario for them, I'm not too worried about it. I'm kind of licking my chops here to get to this LA Chargers money line and alt spread. So I think at the 1 o'clock, that's going to be my number one play right there.
All right, 2 touchdown madness. Again, jot these names down. Ryan Flournoy, Quentin Johnston, Justin Jefferson, Dalton Kincaid, Aldrick Estime, Jamar Chase, and we'll throw Emeka Egbuka in there. And we'll hope for the best. Yep, and they let us play it. So,
I'm curious. I'm curious about what you said about this Vikings game, because this is the most intriguing game, I think, of the week. I'm intrigued on why it's 42.5 still.
you like it over the total?
If Jackson Dart's playing, and if Jameis Winston's still the backup, yes.
I think it's Brian Flores against the rookie. You know what I'm saying? You need to look at it from that angle maybe a little bit.
I get that. I was looking for some type of receiving prop. I love Addison. I also don't.
Man, we've talked about it all morning. Again, it's almost a pride thing with Jefferson at this point.
Well,
I'm going to go back to the well one more time.
look, I know he only had 22 yards last week, but he still had 8 targets. J.J. McCarthy just doesn't know how to throw the ball. That's the problem. And the only reason Addison caught that long ball is because, well, he got lucky.
All right.
No idea how the Vikings scored 34 points.
4 games of 4 in the 4 o'clock Eastern window, 1 o'clock Pacific. We got the night game with New England and the Ravens, and we had the Monday night game with the Colts and the 49ers. And obviously, you know, our main thoughts don't come together before kickoff until Monday. But give me the Niners and George Kittle to win that game. Though Grandy loves the Colts to beat the Niners down. And he's from San Fran, so that makes it interesting. I like San Fran, and I like Kittle's to score. Dave likes the 49ers. What do you like in that game, Anthony?
Which one?
The 49ers and the Colts. Just your first thoughts without getting too deep into it.
I'm rooting for Phillip Rivers again. I just think now that Seattle has beaten the Rams, they went out. They have the number 1 seed. So I believe San Fran will win. But, of course, I'm always going to be rooting for my boy Phillip. Oh, and by the way, with the Ibuka bet and the DK bet, I took Jalen Naylor for 50 yards.
Interesting.
Yeah, instead of debating over Jefferson or Addison, why not just go with the guy who actually has been getting the ball more?
Right. Interesting. Yeah. That's an interesting round robin if you do DK, Ibuka, Naylor. I'll throw in Shakir and Flournoy into that.
I just did those 3. Ibuka for 80. Dave, if you're listening, write this down. Ibuka for 80.
Yep.
DK for 60. Naylor for 50. No touchdowns, just yards.
What does 10 pay off?
10 pays 2.
2,000?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that ain't bad.
All right, interesting. All right, nice. Yeah, write that down, Dave.
No Ricky Pearsall.
What was that again, Anthony? 50 yards for Naylor?
50 for Naylor, 60 for DK, 80 for Ibuka. Water however you want it, but
Gotcha. All right.
Just to real quick on this Monday night game. Funny how we're working backwards, but no Pearsall. Everyone wants Juwan Jennings. Pivot is Kendrick Bourne.
Oh, interesting.
That's the pivot.
I like Kittles because he's from the Rust Belt right there in the he's from Iowa, which is next to Indiana. So he'll be ready to roll.
They're the same state, kind of. we both drove through there on our way to Green Bay, so they're virtually the same state.
Exactly. All right, fun game. I think at 4 o'clock, we got a chance for and check this out. The Jaguars have a path to the number 1 seed overall. How about that? The Jaguars catching 3.5 in Denver today, 46.5. The main key here is this: 61 degrees in Denver today. It's like a Jacksonville day, and it's a green light on offense for me, guys. Neither team runs the ball great. Denver's offense coming alive through the passing game. Cortland Sutton's been coming alive. Brian Thomas Jr. coming alive in the passing game for the Jaguars. So everything is trending that right way. Trevor Lawrence has been as good as anybody. Nix is throwing the ball down the field. So a chance for points galore here, to be honest. I think he can take a touchdown scorer. I think he can take the 4 primary guys to catch on each side, being Myers, Brian Thomas Jr., Cortland Sutton, and Franklin, right? I think the 4 of those guys is 90-1 in a game that could have 60, 70 points in it, I think, easily, to be honest. I think this is a super over. The Denver played an over last week. I know we talk about their defense being good, but they gave up points to the Packers last night, and we saw what the Packers did against Chicago. They kind of stumbled a little bit. So maybe not as great of a defense as we kind of say. they've been kind of wearing a little bit thin here a little bit late. Give me a high scoring game here with Jacksonville and Denver. I like the over. If that's the case, then there's going to be plenty of things to like. I just gave you those touchdown scores. But receiving wise, Franklin just 28.5. Parker Washington 29.5. Harvey 15.5. I might be done with him on his receive yards. Marvin Mims 13.5. Tim Patrick 9.5. Over. Etienne 13.5. Etienne had 3 touchdown catches last week. It's just smashed that number. So I think a lot to like here for Jacksonville. And I'm just going to note on my news sheet for today all the low hanger receivers. So when I make this ticket later on, I can just include some of these guys on a ticket by themselves. Myers 56.5. Sutton 58.5. The rushing numbers, I don't care about these. 50.5 for Etienne, 49.5 for Harvey. Lawrence and Bo Nix both can get there, 18.5, 17.5, respectfully for them. There's a Jaleel McLaughlin citing 9.5 for him. This is a game where I'm not going to be interested in specific players per se. I think I'll just be rooting for the points from everybody. Again, don't give me someone who's going to get hurt, and I'm going to be spitting out my lasagna, 5:25 p.m. Eastern when my ticket's dead. I'll just root for the easy thing, being an over in my eyes, and I expect points in this game. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I expect this to be a closer game. The spread might be appropriate here. 3.5 is what I have. I do like this game to go over the total, 46.5. I'd probably leave it and just play the minus 118 if you want to pair it with something else. But I would just leave it exactly where it is. But I would play it. I do like it. I'm going to go back to the well also with Travis Etienne Jr. He's on an anytime touchdown scoring ticket. So I'll take him for a touchdown. But other than that, Steve, I expect this to be close. Give me the touchdown. And I do like the over 46.5, right where it is.
What do you like, Anthony?
Well, I'm very happy that we're watching the games over your place after what you just said about throwing up lasagna after we eat it. So very happy that we are not at our establishment. But when I go through these numbers, obviously I was looking at player receptions. I have Jacoby Myers in 3 leagues that I'm still in the playoffs with. And if Surtain's going to be covering Brian Thomas, of course it'll be Jacoby Myers. But
signed a big contract too, so he's happy.
Yep,
correct. But he's also a gamer too, and he is honestly almost half the reason why they're even doing better. Going to pivot. Pissed off about last night over my Burks and Dotson bet. So I'm going back to the well, and I'm picking 2 random guys to get 3 catches, and Tim Patrick fits the bill. 3 at plus 470.
Yeah, that's good.
On the round robin of receptions, yeah, I'm going to have to look. I do like the receptions angle. So these guys get paid good for not many catches. You just don't have to worry about the yards. What do you like, Dave? Did I already ask you that?
Yeah, yep. Right. I got the over and Travis Etienne.
Okay, yes. All right. I think we get points because that's what Arizona does in every game they play. And the Falcons like to score too, let's be honest. Kirk Cousins is trying to score, and he gets Drake London back today. Now, will Kyle Pitts do a disappearing act? Who knows? But, the worst thing in the world might not be in McBride and Pitts' ticket for 2 touchdowns each, to be honest. If you do that, let's see here. There's any number of candidates in that first game for 2 touchdowns. So I'll let y'all just decide what y'all want to do there. But Pitts and McBride for 2 touchdowns today pays 95-1 for both of them to get 2. So that's an interesting bet just amongst itself, I would say. Other 2 touchdown scorers, Bijan's plus 270. You can put him in a ringer anywhere. Michael Carter is going to be the lone running back today for the Cardinals. He's plus 750. London's 10-1, Algier 11-1, Michael Wilson 13-1. Good price for him. There's no reason why he should be slowing down. Again, when Anthony said, don't fix what's not broken. I mean, why not just keep jumping on the Michael Wilson train, right? If you've been playing him successfully. Harrison 22-1. DeMarcado is going to be back at running back as well to help out Carter, 40-1. Mooney is 50-1 for 2. David Sills, 100-1 for 2 today. How about that? Let's go back to the well of Sills.
Interesting.
He gets plenty of opportunity.
Oh, he'll be a candidate for receptions. That's for sure.
So I like that number. David Sills. That's one you can play by itself. Just for like $5 to win 500. But you might as well, you could just parlay him with I don't know, McBride or something. But what do you get with Sills and McBride? You get $10 once you have $5,100. So that might not be the worst thing in the world. Maybe find another guy on Sills level. Like a Sills Abuka one would make sense, right? Let's see what that pays. Because Anthony likes Abuka. I'll throw in Sills. And again, when you're going to go for some of these 2 touchdown guys, you might as well just take the games at the end of the day where you think you're going to have points, which I think is applying to much of the menu, which is a good thing. But Abuka and Sills today for 2 touchdowns, guys, $5 wins you 11,610. Again, stay below your tax bracket of 10,000. So if you want to do you know what? Even a $20 bill pays $46,000 today. You can afford to take the taxes out on that if that were to hit. I probably won't put 20 on it, but I'll probably put something like $8 on it or something, I guess, to get near $20,000. So player round, Sills interesting for me for 2 touchdowns. Higher scoring game for me again, because that's just at this point of the season, that's what you're getting from Arizona. What do you think, Anthony?
Well, I just picked up what's that guy's name? I just picked up Michael Carter in our fantasy league once I realized that Rasheed Rice was rolled out. Can you, real quick, I'm going to lose to Megan at the rate I'm going right now. I'm losing by 70.
Yeah, we got a good lesson about women watching. Here it is, guys. First place in our league is Mommy Megan, Anthony's girlfriend. All right. And when the Eagles game and the Redskins game ended and it became the Packers and the Bears game, I forget what she exactly said, but she made some kind of reference of it being like the same teams at the same game. Like, no, Mommy Megan, this is a different game. And Anthony politely says, this is the leader of our fantasy football team.
Yeah.
And the worst part is we're all going to watch football, eat lasagna, take shots, drink beer, have fun, yell at the TV. What is Megan going to do? Watch chick flicks and still beat me.
Yeah. She won't watch any football. She's going to lay in bed with that dog all day.
I'm back, probably drunk, full, wanting to throw up after lasagna. There you go.
I take it there's lasagna being made today.
Yes. Nephew Dave, what do you like in this game?
I like the over, honestly. I think we can move it a little bit. I could see these 2 teams just teeing off on each other. If you look at the touchdown scoring list, and this kind of tells you the story, there are 7 guys listed under 2-1 odds. Until you get to Marvin Harrison Jr. over on my board.
There's going to be a ton of points.
Absolutely. At plus 230, everybody else is well under that. The next closest is Kyle Pitts at plus 185. And then everybody is from 110 to 160. I mean, what does that tell you? There's going to be points galore in this game. It's a meaningless game. Doesn't mean anything at all. But 48.5, that might be way too low. I think you can get this alt number up into probably 55 if you want to move it to 54.5. So if that's the tail of the tape there, whatever you want to do in this, Carter, McBride, all these guys are probably going to get involved. So we're going to see a lot of points here. Steve, give me an alt total, 54.5.
I got 54.5 alternate over at plus 190. Let's go ahead and throw this Denver-Jacksonville game alternate over 54.5, the same exact number. And we're going to get that number at, it's amazing how far you have to dig for the alternate numbers. It's like 50th in line of some of these things you need to look for. That's a plus 240. And then alternate over Tampa Bay and Carolina, 54.5. How about that? Let's throw these three together. And if you have a percentage booster, this would be the time to use it. In fact, if you have a live one for 50%, wait on this Buccaneers-Carolina game. Maybe Carolina gets the ball first and kind of starts out a little slow. And then you can get a little bit better number and then really pop this through the roof. But at plus 280 for 54.5 for Tampa Bay, the same number for Jacksonville and Atlanta. All that pays 37-1 on your odds. So that's not the worst thing in the world for three alternate overs. If you're looking for three games that can absolutely score today. $10 wins you $370, people. And I think we have a chance for an over in Detroit with Pittsburgh and the Lions. Why? Because the Lions defense isn't that great. And they're going to score at home. And Pittsburgh's got something going here. Pittsburgh is not a confusing team, but they keep you guessing who's going to score. I'll tell you that. Or who's getting the ball.
No, they're a confusing team. That's what they are.
Gainwell is the one consistent.
Gainwell.
And Rodgers loves Gainwell. So if you want to pop him on your receiving chart number, he's at 27.5. He's going to get plenty of targets and opportunities from Aaron Rodgers. Let's see. Gainwell's rushing yards, 28.5 as well. I would almost want to take that over the receiving, to be honest, because he gets plenty of chances. Jahmyr Gibbs for 2 touchdowns. Sign me up. He's at plus 200 even, I believe, for 2 touchdowns. Now down to plus 190. Montgomery's plus 550. Maybe that's your Zag. St. Brown 6-1. Gainwell plus 950. Jameson Williams 12-1. DK Metcalf is someone that Del Grandy likes to perhaps score 2 today. He's 12-1. Jalen Warren 12-1. Tesla 33-1. Freiermuth 45-1. Passing touchdowns. If you're going to have a list of quarterbacks to throw for 3 touchdowns, I think there's a good chance to put Rodgers on there. He's been doing a good job at that. Plus 360 for him for 3. And Jared Goff is at plus 178 for 3. I think we get a lot of points. If the Steelers win, it won't shock me, to be honest. And opportunity for many a guy. Receiving wise, Tesla's 10.5, Thielen 9.5. Valdez-Scantling is a nice number, 12.5 today. Obviously, he is getting targeted by Rodgers now, too. That is obvious. He's in there a decent amount. I should have known better on Monday night to throw him on a ticket there. Montgomery, 9.5. Jalen Warren, 11.5. Jonnu Smith, 11.5. Freiermuth at 19.5. That's a good one to look over again today. Darnell Washington, 23.5 is interesting. He seems to be getting his prop week to week. Gibbs, 38.5. He seems to get closer to 50 anyway. And there's DK at 61.5. Obviously, your favorite's going to be St. Brown, 82.5. Then Jameson at 68.5. Again, another game where you can take 2 or 3 or 4 guys and put them in a touchdown list. In fact, between these 3 games at 4 o'clock, the ones we just mentioned, there's going to be some fun opportunities to put some tickets together, I think, at the minimum. So I'll look for the points here in this game, over 51.5, Steelers and the Lions. What do you like, Dave?
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I have Gibbs in my primary 2 touchdown ticket, so I'm with you on that. I love the Gainwell angle, receptions, yards, even rushing yards. I picked him up in fantasy. couple weeks ago, and unfortunately, he was the one guy who was just barely keeping me afloat. That's all gone to hell now. So disappointing run there, but Gainwell has been the constant through that. So I love playing on his props. The Washington, I would do receptions. I believe I would probably get into that. Same with Freiermuth. I like the points angle here, and I think you have the personnel to kind of really pick and choose what you'd like to do. So give me Gainwell and give me Gibbs in the future of the running backs here.
All right, Antonio, what do you like?
So when I was playing my Tim Patrick to catch 3 balls, I noticed that Isaac Tesla is plus 520 to catch 3 as well.
Yeah, that's not much. Yep. I like it.
And of course, I already sent the screenshot to you and Dave.
Yep, saw it.
Yep. So that's my favorite one. I'm not betting much. I mean, of course, I'm going to have my 2 touchdown scores, and I'm going to play Gibbs and Amon-Ra in some capacity. I don't think Jameson Williams is going to do it again, but I'm also rooting for Pittsburgh, so I'm holding off just a tick.
All right. Fun game in the late window for sure. This game is the worst game of the window. The Raiders and the Texans, 14.5 for the Texans, 38.5. Nico was off to such a great start last week, and then he kind of slowed things down. This might be the same exact thing you saw last week with Houston, playing an inferior opponent at home and where they just blew their doors off. Now, fortunate for, or I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, we don't have to deal with Pickett anymore, but we get Geno Smith back. List of interceptions today, Geno Smith, right? Against the Texans.
Oh, has to be.
And then go ahead and start that list, Dave. We'll rewind real quick. Throw Geno Smith on there. Anthony, feel free to throw in an interception guy when you think of it. Throw Gardner Minshew in there. He threw a pick right off the bat when he came in.
All right.
Throw Quinn Ewers in there.
Notepad.
Let's not throw Quinn Ewers in there, actually. Throw Brady Cook in there.
All right. Geno.
Throw Dak Prescott in there.
Dak.
And then anyone else stick out like a sore thumb? That's just 4 guys, right?
I have Brady Cook, Geno, Dak, and who else?
Geno Smith, Dak Prescott, Brady Cook, and then Gardner Minshew.
All right, yep, so we got 4.
Let's throw in Brissett because the Atlanta defense is opportunistic, at least, I'll say. And they throw it a million times, so he's bound to throw one. So that's your list of interceptors. I think the Texans named their score against the Raiders. What do you think, Anthony?
Against the Raiders. Sorry, I'm putting together my fantasy lineup.
No, you're good. The Raiders just don't have any talent. I don't know how they even hang.
Yeah, it's.
What did I hear? I forget what show I heard. The only difference between a bye week and the Raiders is that there's tackling involved.
Right. Low hanger receiver numbers for the Texans. Let's take a look at some of these. Who do we have here? It's a mess. So the bottom 6 guys are all Raiders. Jaden Higgins, 34.5. Schultz, 40.5. Nico is 66.5. It's pretty cheap today, to be honest. He could be 100 yards in the score. Give him another shot. He came out of the gate hot last week. Maybe he kind of continues it. So give me some Nico Collins later in his late window with the Texans. What do you like, Dave?
Well,
you know what? Honestly, really not much here. Yeah, it's a game against the Raiders. I've backed way off of Genty now for weeks. You could just name anything you want to do here with the Texans. You know, they've really been trending in the right direction now in the playoff hunt. So this is a really good spot for them to kind of solidify themselves to be in better position to grab a playoff spot. So it's anything you want to do. You got Nico, Chubb, Schultz. You know, maybe play some Christian Kirk if you want to find something a little bit obscure. But Steve, it's anything Houston here for me.
You're saying, Anthony?
So Woody Marks is probably going to play, but I've seen him at the blue tent like every other play. So Chubb is the automatic play for me, but I'm going to go against the grain and I'm going to throw in a Goomba Wale at plus 550.
Yeah, you did that last week. Now I'm wondering if Chubb for a touchdown today is at
same odds as Woody.
Here's the deal. If it's a blowout, we're not going to see Chubb in the second half. The old man. They're going to let Agumba Wale or whoever run it. Why? That's why he's a good pick. So Chubb at any time, first half touchdown at plus 310 is the more attractive number to me for Chubb. A first half touchdown for Chubb plus 310. I think you could throw that into your round robin of one touchdown for Flournoy, one for Shakir, put Chubb in there for a first halfer, something like that. It's not often I do the first half touchdown guys, but it seems like they actually hit when I do. So I'm going to kind of stick with that theory today. And we've seen it week after week here lately in these blowout games. Barkley's to the bench. He's gone. You know, once it's out of reach, he's gone. So Chubb, who's the older player, still has the knee he's recovering from. You can put that as a consideration still until next season. We need him for the playoffs as well. You know, let's give him some rest in the second half. So anything you do with Chubb has to be in the first half. I'll say that.
That makes a lot of sense. That's a good angle.
Yeah. And a plus 310, that's a good number to put in on a ticket, to be honest.
Absolutely.
All right. So as a broken record, and you've heard a million times, the Raiders are bad. Texans on the way to the playoffs. And the Texans have a good coach. Defensive minded too. So this is going to be a tough road for the Raiders to get anything going in my mind. All right. The state of the art of the union of the Patriots is this. Heartbroken as your host still. The only way to get over this heartbreak is for a win today, to be honest. Otherwise, this might be a gloomy Christmas. The hangover and the thoughts of the Patriots blowing a 21-0 lead against Superman, which Anthony watched me. There was never any time where I did not say the Patriots had this clinched. Last week, it was 21-0. I said, they're not out of this. That's the first thing I said. And I felt fortunate enough for the Patriots to get that late field goal by Buffalo mismanaging the clock to go up 24-7 at halftime. That made me feel a little bit better, but knowing the Bills just were not out of it. And as soon as they ran that long kickoff back and scored right off the bat, that was it. That was the game. Flipping complete momentum at that moment in time. So the Pats need to rebound, and to get a win against the Ravens would be a great rebounder because they can still lose this division to Buffalo. In fact, Buffalo will find themselves in first place, tied with the Patriots today. It's going to come down to divisional tiebreaker, which the Patriots should have the advantage with because the Bills have lost 2 divisional games. They lost once to Miami already. So that's going to be the difference at the end of the day if the Patriots hold on to first, is that they'll probably beat Miami and the Jets when they play them the last 2 weeks. But I think they'd be well served just to try to get the win here today. Keep Buffalo at a shoulder's length. And that way you just control your own destiny with a win against the Jets and a win against Miami. And you go ahead and win the division. So whereas a loss and a bad loss, at least they know they can hang with Buffalo too, right? They know that they can play with them. You just got to be able to make the plays against Josh Allen at the end of the day. and the referees. I have no doubt the referees favored Josh Allen in that scenario last week. In fact, it looked like the Patriots had an interception, and they called it a completion for Buffalo, where it was an interception, and they threw pass interference. If you look at that play again, it just looks like an interception, and a great interception by my man Jones for the Pats. And that was several calls by the Pats and the Bills. The Bills converting endlessly on third down and long. But I'm not going to sit up here and blame the refs for the my 250-1 ticket at $100 to win $25,000 getting flushed down the toilet with the Patriots' loss to the Bills. So glum am I? Yes. We need to win. Hopefully by the time this kicks off tonight, I'll be happy, Steve. I'll have lasagna sauce all over my face. I'll have lasagna stains on my shirt. There's a couple broken shot glasses. There's a big beer stain on the floor. Babs is passed out on the couch somewhere alongside.
And you want us to have football over at our place after what I just heard. Got it.
So Patriots and the Ravens is the matchup tonight for Sunday Night Football. It's going to be hard. The good thing the Patriots have going, and I know the Ravens won 27 last week. That's probably more of an indictment against Cincinnati and their mindset. And Cincinnati will be better today. I have no doubt in that, playing Miami. But I'm not prepared. I think this is a field goal game either way, to be honest. If you're going to be 3.5 points now, I'll take the Patriots plus the 3.5. All right, what do you like, Anthony?
Well, I know you guys are going to bring up the whole narrative stuff, but what is it? Hunter Henry to get 4 catches, Stephon Diggs to get 3?
Yep.
Well, look, if everything doesn't go right for Pittsburgh, you're looking at a possible Ravens-Patriots divisional game. And Baltimore's starting to get hot at the right time. Right now with my fantasy lineup because I still don't know if I'm going to start Dart or Jackson. But if they are going to win this game against New England, and I'm intrigued to see how New England will rebound after that loss, be Derrick Henry.
The Travion Henderson, Derrick Henry for 2 touchdowns each isn't the worst angle tonight.
Mm-mm.
They're going to feed Derrick Henry the ball.
Someone like Sills for 100-1. Find someone in this game, maybe, like a Henderson or a Derrick Henry, and parlay him with that. Because that's going to be phenomenal. What do you like, Dave?
I like this to be a close one. This is a good Sunday night game. So I'll definitely tune in and catch some of this. I don't quite have my thumb on this one yet. I like the angles with the running backs there. I like Zay Flowers' receptions. I know he did score, I believe it was last week. But I've said it 100 times, and I'll say it one more time that, he is the tool that gets them down there, and then it's everybody else that usually scores. So play the Zay Flowers receptions and then maybe a likely touchdown at plus 260. I could see that combination for them going down the field. Henderson for 2 at plus 750. We're going to have to take a look at that. We got the Diggs angle and the Henry angle. I've already played it. I love the numbers plus 210 and plus 220 for both of them. So there's definitely some good numbers to be had in here. Some fun stuff I think that we can do. I'll take a little bit longer of a look and kind of try to decide once this game gets closer. But give me some receptions, the incentive angles, and for this to be a close, good Sunday night football game.
All right. Let's get our picks all together. Dave, your interceptors list is?
The interceptors list is it's going to be Brady Cook, Geno Smith, Dak Prescott, Gardner Minshew, and Jacoby Brissett.
All right. Touchdown madness. You'll just have to rewind if you want all of that. Too many guys to go back through for that. And then let's see here. Your big Steve lock of the week. Let's get that figured out before I forget that. This is your one bet to bet 1,000 to win 1,000. Might as well go with the system play. And we'll take Tampa Bay -3 over Carolina today in Charlotte. So Tampa Bay is your system play, which is 9-6 officially on the season, which is 60%. And your plus money, if you're doing it, if you're betting 1,000 a game, then you're up right now $2,400 for the season. How about that? Could be worse. Hopefully $3,400 with the Tampa Bay -3 victory today. As better not blink twice. Better hide your cookies and milk, as Gambler Claus is coming to town. All right, let's cue up the best 2-touchdown sounder in all of sports.
Steve, you make that guy sound terrifying. Like I'm more scared of this guy than the Grinch.
Gambler Claus is an old character in my life. Eric had to remind me of this morning.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers. Get the papers.
All right, Dave, your 2 touchdowns.
All right, primary ticket, we have Jahmyr Gibbs for 2, George Pickens for 2, Bucky Irving for 2, and we'll round it off one more time. Today is your day. Justin Jefferson for 2.
Anthony, what do you got?
Interesting. I'm gonna from you, Dave. One of mine, I'm going back to the Jamar Chase. I'm throwing Tony Pollard in there, Mike Evans, of course, and then Jahmyr Gibbs. And the one I just created is going to be Devon Achane, James Cook, and Bucky.
All right, Anthony named my one exactly with Gibbs, Evans, Pollard, and Jamar Chase. So that's one I'm going to play. Other 2 touchdown scorers for me. Take David Sills at 100-1 today for 2 touchdowns. That's your real big long shot there. I like Jefferson as well. Kincaid, it was Knox last week. It's Kincaid this week. We'll take some Audric Estime for 2 today as well. We will scroll on down. Any number of guys in this Jacksonville Denver game can do it. But let's go ahead and take my man Jacoby Myers for 2, coming off the contract. Both of the tight ends in the Atlanta Cardinals game will take Pitts and we'll take McBride together. Jahmyr Gibbs sounds wonderful to me in that game with the Steelers. And we'll take a shot at Nico to get 2 with the Texans when the time is right later this evening. Not the worst thing in the world if you want to take Travion Henderson and Derrick Henry for 2 tonight. And George Kittle's Monday Night Madness. Iowa's next to Indiana. They might as well be the same state, as Anthony said. And Kittle's for 2 makes sense to me. All right. Prop bets, a couple prop bets you love the most, Anthony. You read off some yardage guys. Want to read a couple more? You got? What do you got? We'll wrap it up fast here.
This is an absolute haymaker. Tyler Show, Jackson Dart, Jacoby Brissett, and Trevor Lawrence, 3 passing touchdowns each. I will be sending you guys that screenshot. Of course, you guys know my receptions with Isis, Tim Patrick, and Tesla, and Abuka, DK, and Naylor. Taysom Hill to score twice. Let's see, Breece Hall, estimated for 30 receiving yards. Paired that with Chuba and Bucky. And my brother's play, Andrew. Saints, Cardinals, Lions, over 32.5 team total points.
All right, Dave, what do you got?
All right, I'll give you the quarterback rushing ticket for the day. Josh Allen for 40+. We're going to go with Dak Prescott for 15. Here we go. Quinn Ewers, 10+ rushing yards. And we're going to round that off with Jackson Dart running for his life, 40+ rushing yards today.
All right, all lines. Chargers minus 9.5. Buccaneers minus 12.5. Titans minus 9.5. The Vikings minus 12.5. We'll take the Saints over 30.5. We'll take the Buccaneers over 34.5. We'll do over 54.5 in the Denver game, the Carolina game with Tampa Bay, and the Cardinals-Falcons game. And I'll do one over 64.5 or somewhere in the 60s for a super jackpot as well. Prop-wise, I got 1 million of them now. I didn't before. Now we do. Never underestimate my boy Flournoy. Love me some Omari and Hampton receive yards makes sense as well today. Judkins receive yards is interesting. Let's see. Shakir for 1. I mean, we got any number of guys here. Let's see. Don't forget about Bucky, maybe. I'll fall for the Quinn Ewers with his rushing yards, but I'll put that with Baker and Shador Sanders for 3 passes and just a play that should never happen or work out for you. We'll just take a shot there with that. Let's see. Estime is a good one. I like to receive yards on that angle. Olave is fine for me today. The receivers for Tennessee, A.O. Manor or DK, if you want to go that route. Pop up the rush yards for Pollard as well. Jacksonville has a lot of low-hanging receiver numbers in that game. Sills, again, 101 for the 2. Let's see. And then other stuff. If you want a list of quarterbacks to throw for over 1.5 touchdowns, I mean, Aaron Rodgers, Herbert, all the quarterbacks that Anthony just mentioned, really, and that one for who are those 4 quarterbacks again, Anthony, for 3 touchdowns? You have Brissett. You have who else? Shao.
Brissett, Shao, Dart, Lawrence.
Dart and Lawrence. Okay. All those guys for over 1.5. I might leave Dart off of that. The Giants just scare me a little bit, to be honest. I don't know. I think I got a lot of picks for you guys. Use your brains. Be smart. Turn your $10 into 10,000 today. That's going to do it for week 16. We won't do a Christmas show. We know we have Christmas games, but everyone's going to be doing something. So we won't bother with that. And what we'll do is we will come on. I believe we have Saturday football again next week. Is that true? Well, we only had the 2 games this week. I think we have 3 games on Saturday coming up. Let's take a look. Yeah, Saturday, I see 1 game listed, actually. Houston and the Chargers. Is that it? Everything else is on Sunday?
For a Saturday?
Is that right? Here, let me take a look at it. Let me
17.
Let me get
2 games.
Who's the other one?
Ravens, Packers at 8.
Oh, it's off the board because of love. Okay, we'll plan on doing a Saturday show, and we'll be shaking off the cobwebs from Christmas. We'll do a short Saturday show, and then we'll do the Sunday full Adam. All right, but that's it. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas, Anthony. Merry Christmas, Nephew Dave.
Merry Christmas, Uncle Steve and Aunt Man.
All right.
See you soon.
Good luck, everybody. You have 45 minutes to kick off. Get your tickets in as I run to the couch and the phone to put in everything. All right. Good luck, everybody.